Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting the meeting in just a few moments. We just broke our closed session, and so we're getting situated, but we're going to start in just a couple minutes, okay? And thank you all for being here. We're so excited to hear you play. Okay. Hi, it's Kim DeSerpa. I'm the president of the board, and I'd like to welcome everybody here tonight to the board meeting for the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Board of Trustees. Today is May 11th, and we're going to have a very long meeting tonight, but the best part of it is going to be the concert that we get to hear right now in a few minutes. We're going to start out the meeting by having a Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by our trustee, Jennifer Holm. Thank you, Trustee Holm. Next, we'll have our wonderful superintendent, Dr. Michelle Rodriguez, will give a few comments.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we have some fantastic events coming up this coming week. So we have the Seal of Biliteracy. That means and shows that we value both being bilingual and biliterate. We have the most students that we've ever had receiving the Seal of Biliteracy with 184 students this year. We also are having on the following Friday our Wellness Center grand opening. So we hope the community and everyone can help support that. And now for the treasures that we see in front of us. So we have a pledge to whole child, whole family, whole community. Part of that is within 2 years, we will have every single elementary child will receive 45 minutes worth of music instruction through our Save the Music program, and every elementary child will receive 45 minutes worth of gardening instruction through Life Lab. And so we have our wonderful teacher, Ms. McPoland, and her fantastic students from McQuitty Elementary that are going to bedazzle you as we speak.
Ava, if you could help me. I want to say that if anybody here in the audience tonight needs an interpreter service, we do have our wonderful interpreter sitting over here, and we have earpieces that you can wear to hear tonight's entire proceeding in Spanish.
Si alguien ocupa servicios de interpretación, tenemos a la señora López que está a mi izquierda y ella le puede proporcionar un aparato si ocupa ese servicio.
Next up, we have governing board reports, and I think we'll start at the very end with Trustee Acosta.
Thank you, President Trustee DeSerpa. I'm just going to keep my comments really brief. I just want to say thank you to our students for their performance just now. That was wonderful. I agree. I would have liked to see a second one, as you whispered when you walked past. That would have been great, but thank you to them. And I just want to say a quick belated Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers of our Pajaro Valley Unified School District and our community. Definitely without all of you, none of us would be here doing what we're doing. So Happy Mother's Day. I hope you all had a wonderful one, and thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Acosta. Next, we have Trustee Shocker.
Just wanted to say thank you to the students for their performance, and everyone, I hope you had a happy Mother's Day, and I hope to see you at some of our upcoming events, our ribbon cutting that we're having, and congratulations to our students who are all graduating this year. Thank you.
Trustee Holm.
Thank you. It has been a busy few weeks for the arts. I attended the first annual all-district middle school band performance. The students did great, and it was just a joy to hear their hard work pay off. And I'm looking forward to seeing our students, in future performances. Also, congratulations to Aptos High's very own Michelle Lopez Rubio, was awarded first place for her photography titled "My Father's Sacrifice." Michelle and her parent will be flown to Washington, D.C. There's going to be a ribbon cutting ceremony in June, and her artwork will hang in the Great Hall for a year. So congratulations to Michelle and her family. And I think that's it. It is.
Trustee Roscoe.
Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. I do want to apologize for being late today. I was actually at my son's open house. So it's been busy. We're very excited for our gala this Friday. We're actually sold out. So thank you to everyone for purchasing those tickets and really supporting the foundation. We're looking forward to a really fun night. I also want to acknowledge the support that the district provided last weekend for our NERBEL event. We had about 950 community members, students, families, parents participate as part of NERBEL. So it's always a very endearing event, and we look forward to future collaboration in that regard. I also want to acknowledge Michelle Lopez Rubio and her very much deserved award. I think that photograph that she took is very personal. It's her father working the fields. Just huge congratulations to her and her family. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Roscoe. And we just actually honored Michelle next door just before we came in to close session. And it is a beautiful photo, and we're very, very proud of her, proud of Aptos High. The other person we're very, very proud of is our superintendent, Michelle Rodriguez, who I announced this during our last meeting, but we got to go to a special event honoring her as Superintendent of the Year. So thanks again, Michelle, for all the amazing work that you're doing here in our district, and we feel very fortunate to have you here still. There were 42 districts that were in the running, and they chose Dr. Rodriguez to be the Superintendent of the Year, so thank you. It was a beautiful event. So I'm really looking forward to this Friday night. The Pajaro Valley Education Foundation is holding their gala, and I do need one more ticket. So I'm glad they're sold out, but I'm bringing someone.
We'll make it work.
Okay. And then I'm super excited to go to the Queer Youth Awards on Saturday night, and that will be hosted by our own Watsonville High. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to potentially make some remarks at that event to welcome the crowd. So I don't know if you could put me in contact with anybody that is coordinating that event, but I'm very, very excited to support our queer youth. So thank you very much. Do we have any high school students here tonight ready to give their high school student report? I don't think so tonight. Okay, well, they're probably getting ready for finals at about this time. So the next thing is item 4.1, our approval of the agenda. I'm looking for a motion.
Can I ask one clarifying question?
Sure.
President Trustee DeSerpa and/or Dr. Rodriguez, we have 2 trustees that are absent tonight. Do they have an excused absence or otherwise that either one of you are aware of?
I believe Trustee Dodge is going to come late. He didn't let me know, but he let the superintendent know, and Trustee Soto let the superintendent know that he wouldn't be here tonight.
Thank you for the clarification. With that, I will make the motion to approve the agenda for tonight.
I'll second.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 403. Thank you. I'm sorry, 503. Cannot add. I'm sorry. Sorry, we were holding votes ahead of in closed session. I'm confused. So we have 502. Thank you. Okay, looking for an approval for the minutes.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 502. Thank you. Item 6.1, Waste Reduction Hero Awards. Who's presenting this? Hi, Tammy. Sorry.
I don't know that the mic is on.
And next slide, Ms. Renteria. Oh, okay, thank you. So just some of our accomplishments in our city schools this year. This program is about school food waste recovery, waste reduction in collecting organics and just reducing the amount of plastics that are ending up in the trash, and also litter reduction on the campuses. And really, this is about engaging the students in environmental responsibility, because what they practice at school, they take onto their homes and their community throughout their lives. So we're really proud of your schools for doing well with this program. So PVUSD has really become a model for other schools around California. We are mandated to reduce waste, and PVUSD is really achieving that. And so other public school districts in the state are looking to Watsonville, to PVUSD as an example of what can be accomplished. And together, we're really adding up to make some differences for the climate. By just by collecting the organic waste this year, according to our audits, PVUSD has reduced 18,956 pounds of CO2 from going into our atmosphere, and also almost 38,000 pounds less of methane. So just think about the cumulative impact, and we're increasing this all the time. So it really does add up to a big change in Watsonville and throughout the whole state. And we are working towards food recovery in 2024. All schools in the state of California are required to donate more of the edible food back to the families in the community. So we really look forward to working with our schools on this. So without further ado, I want to invite up Councilmember Garcia. And for any students and staff that received an invitation for your Waste Reduction Hero Award, please step up over here. We'll be glad to present your award.
Is the PVUSD Superintendent for Change. Catalyst of Change Award.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay. And sincere engineering. Yeah. Okay, congratulations. Nice to meet you. Take a picture. These are from PV High School. First, we have Yesenia Jimenez for incredible dedication and student mobilization.
Thank you to all the folks that are participating and students that are participating in this worthwhile program. And thank you, Councilwoman Garcia, for being here tonight and presenting. It's great to see you. We've been trying to reduce food waste in the schools for as long as I've been here in Pajaro Valley. My kids started here probably 20 years ago in the school district, and we had a program running at Valencia where we would gather all of the food scraps into one special bin, and it would go to compost. So anyway, thanks so much, everybody. It's great. It's a positive report. And we have another positive report up next, 6.2, our visual and performing arts update. And this will be presented by Sue Gralty.
I'm Susan Gralty. I'm the coordinator of K-12 visual art programs and gifted and talented education. I'm honored to present this year's report on the wellness of the arts PVUSD programs and next steps. And thank you for moving the board meeting to here so that people could be involved with the art show. I appreciate that. Our Arts PVUSD mission is to provide equity through the opportunities for arts education. We see the value in the arts as an integral part of the fabric of the school culture. The key elements of our mission are equity, social-emotional learning, high-quality content, arts integration, and a focus on bringing the community together. Tonight, we are going to cover a year in review, some celebrations, continuing growth, and our eye on next year. I am proud to share our program's updates. It has been a challenging year with several transitions resulting from the pandemic, but Arts PVUSD proved the show must go on. As you will see, even through the pandemic, we continued to foster a love of music and help the students build towards the teamwork it takes to perform as an ensemble. Here you see Holly Oda working with her Aptos junior and high school students, getting them ready for the spring concert. We have students from across the district in our first ever honor band, where the directors took turns working with each group in each piece. And you can see small groups of students practicing sectionals with director Alexandria Strain, and our students getting ready for the final concert here, going through some low brass parts right before. Our visual arts program is prospering as well. Here you see a MESTI teacher, Lucia Herrera's multi-year project depicting the city of Watsonville in a mural. This project links our language arts curriculum, where the students study community with the arts curriculum. Our district is represented along with the fire and police departments, hospitals, and churches. Students see themselves and their place within their own city. When they are part of creating the world they are in, they feel a part of it. The artwork on the left represents a student sharing parts of her identity. The photograph on the right is the winning image by Michelle Lopez Rubio, who has earned the opportunity to attend the reception in Washington, D.C., as Trustee Holm noted earlier. These examples show how art can connect students to themselves and to a broader community and gives them a voice to share how they think and feel. We have Landmark Elementary students working with watercolors, and solo students build their own 3D artworks based on their individual interests and explorations. And I'm sorry, I'm going to sneeze. This is an example of a cross-curricular unit that was art and ethnic studies with Aptos and Watsonville High School students. Students wrote and created self-portraits with the theme of identity. The culmination was a pop-up exhibition where students saw their work as a group at the Pajaro Valley Arts Center in Watsonville. Over 150 students from Mar Vista Elementary created artworks that were shown at the Farm Bakery and Cafe. Students celebrated with the reception that brought families and community together. And of course, tonight's opening reception celebrates student artwork made from our district. We hope that you had the opportunity to visit all of the floors of this center to see over 400 pieces of original artwork. Now we're going to look at dance around the district. This year we had the opportunity to have a dual enrollment class with Watsonville High at the Carrillo campus offered for college credit. In addition, next year we will be offering 2 new pilot dual enrollment pilot programs at Lakeview Middle School and Rolling Hills Middle School. Here students jump and practice the moves at Starlight. And this was a collaboration between the visual art and dance teacher at Starlight, where students made sculptures and then practiced negative and positive spaces with their bodies. And again, the darling students. Our theater departments persevered in the face of the pandemic with outside performances. This is a picture of the Three Peaches at Watsonville High that was produced by the students and teacher David Scott. When I said 3 peaches, I meant 3 oranges. Oh, jeez. Here's A Midsummer's Night's Dream, performed outdoors at Aptos High, produced by Stacy Aronovici's drama class. You can just see the delight in the students' faces as they are finally able to perform as a group again. And the latest Aptos High musical, The Seussical. We expanded our film program, Youth Cinema Project, to Hall District and Pajaro Middle Schools, thereby adding the opportunity to make films to an additional 150 students in the district. Youth Cinema Project is a very hands-on approach to learning all stages of making a film: writing, producing, filming, editing, and presenting. Here you see students work on their films, which will be presented in partnership with the Watsonville Film Festival. And you can see the students are so engaged as they're working, they don't even see you taking the pictures. We are fortunate to partner with many community organizations throughout the year. Here are some of our students at the annual countywide Fashion Teens event in Santa Cruz. Choice-based projects like these center on students' vision, empowering them to develop their unique voices. Our student artwork has been hanging in the Santa Cruz County Government Building since the end of March. Our teachers, Arts Council Santa Cruz, and the County Office of Ed work together to create this opportunity for our students. This is the first day of our youth orchestra, an after-school program at EA Hall through El Sistema, which is facilitated by our Extended Learning Department. Radcliffe Elementary students who performed at the preview of The Conductor, a documentary about Marin Alsop, the first female conductor to conduct a major American orchestra. After the performance, Miss Alsop ran out to meet the student conductor, Rogelio. She took the time to personally encourage him to become a professional conductor. Again, partnering with the Watsonville Film Festival and the Youth Cinema Project to present approximately 400 students with Oscars to celebrate their hard work in creating films from start to finish. Their films will be shown on May 24th at 4 p.m., free to the public and open to all. Masks are strongly encouraged. We have many celebrations to share with you tonight. Arts PVUSD is honored to be recognized as a leader in music education by the NAM Foundation. This is a huge distinction for our community and has already made a difference in our ability to recruit new music teachers. Individual students were awarded for their designs at Fashion Teens in the spring. Holly Oda's choir students were selected to participate in the All-State Choir at CASMAC this year. And again, our own student, Aptos High student Michelle Lopez Rubio, was awarded the Congressional Art Award. This is a proud moment that I got to witness. There's the All-State, and here's Ben Slider accepting the medal on Michelle's behalf, and it was moving to watch him. When I started this position 7 years ago, we had a skeleton of a department. When I was hired, I was asked, what is your vision for the arts in the district? And I said, I would like to see every student have the opportunity for sequential arts programming throughout their education. This vision aligned with the voices in our community and the LCAP. As we all know, it takes time to create change, and I stand here now, happy to report that there has been great strides taken to accomplish this vision. We were successful in our first set of goals, which included creating a scope and sequence for our arts programs. Another goal we accomplished was developing music programs at all of our middle and high schools and half of our elementary schools, and we look forward to a new creating a new 5-year plan this summer, which will include the input of many stakeholders. I envision our next 5 years will continue on the path of work that we've started already. Before we rush into next steps, I invite you to look at this quotation. I just turned it off. Sorry. As long as we are creating, we are cultivating meaning. Laughter, song, and dance create emotional and spiritual connection. They remind us of the one thing that truly matters when we are searching for comfort and celebration, inspiration, or healing. We are not alone. Brene Brown. Having a chance to create meaningful works, problem solve, and experience the arts for students to grow and learn through connection, and most importantly, to feel that they are not alone. With that grounding, I'd like to share some of the ways we are focusing on continuing our mission for next year. I am grateful for the support of you, the Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez, and our community for their deep value of quality arts education. With that, I look forward to our next year's work together and seeing what our students do next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Are there any speakers to this discussion item?
Have any speakers to this item?
Okay, do we have any comments from the board? Jen Holm?
So can you go back to I don't know if you can open up to the awards page again? If that's.
I can in a second.
But I thought I saw that you received an award as well. And I didn't hear you say that. And if that, you're, so I just want to acknowledge that.
The
You know,
NAM.
and I want,
Thank you.
it's, what you have done with, our programs is remarkable. It's like, I've had kids in this district since 2003, and I was fortunate when I was growing up that I had, such vibrant, arts and music programs. And the work you and your team have done, and everybody who's helped contribute is huge, but I just want to acknowledge your award as well, that it's well-deserved, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
It meant a lot to me.
I don't think you went back to the right slide, though, did you?
Haven't.
I want to see who it's from. You went through it so
From
fast.
the National Association of Music Merchandisers, and they choose districts based on their ability to move forward with music education in a sequential way. And so when I first took this position, I come from a music background, and when I first took this position, I wanted the kids in Pajaro Valley to have what I had growing up, and that was really my vision, is for them to have access to the same things I did. And so as we saw tonight, many students, the arts have changed their lives. And so the best communities for music education, when we went to remote learning, as part of Save the Music, we talk about what we're doing in the district. And so that between the Save the Music and us keeping the arts going, especially music during that time, is what earned us this distinction. So, thank you.
That's great. Do we have any other questions? Jen Shocker?
I just wanted to say thank you for the wonderful presentation highlighting all of our students and teachers at PVUSD that work so hard, and thank you yourself for working so hard. I think your presentation highlights what this board and this district think is important for our students, and we have a long time stood behind art and music education, and it's great to see what progress we have made. When many districts have had to cut these programs, we still feel that the need to keep them because how they reflect students' lives and how students can heal through art and music. So thank you.
Okay, Maria?
So I just want to acknowledge all the work that you've done over the years to implement art, music in our classrooms. I think personally, I have 3 little ones, and my husband's also very musical. But I could tell you that I could firsthand see how art not only provides healing, right, but it also builds confidence, it builds character. And so to have that be that opportunity be available to all students in PVUSD is just amazing. So I look forward to the continued expansion of such programs across all of our schools. So thank you to your work and to our community partners in general for making music and arts accessible to the kids in our community.
Thank you for your support.
And I get the last word unless Georgia Acosta, do you have anything you want to add? Yeah, I don't really have anything new to add except to thank you very much, and thank you to John, your husband, who's standing behind you, who's been a big help, I'm sure, rolling out some of the programs. When we had to cut art and music out of the district, it was at a time when the budgets were very, very dire. So one of the reasons that we have such robust programs today is because we have a governor, I think, in office who has an eye towards funding education so that our budgets are much, much better than they ever have been. And I feel very grateful that we have the ability financially to support VAPA. And so it's a big deal, because if the budgets go in the other direction, it might not be the same story. But thank you for building back all of the things that we had to cut over the last 15 years. And I'm very proud of all the work that's been done. So thank you.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Okay, next up we have visitor non-agenda items. Item 7.1, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have, under this item, only one. So we have Travis Walker.
Hi there. I have a short one for this one. In agenda item 9.1, you are discussing the SRO program again. The district sent out a survey that was very poorly disseminated to staff and students. Just on Tuesday, after the survey was closed, I talked to some staff and some students, and none of them had heard about the survey. So what we did today at Watsonville High School, the social science department, all had every single one of our students and all of our classes take the survey. As is currently reflected in your slides, that's the old data before today, obviously. People didn't know about it. Many, many more students have taken the survey since then, and I would ask that you use that survey data when we have that discussion, or at least review that data before you vote on the program. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have employee organization comments. And first we have PVFT.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Rodriguez. There are a lot of very important items on tonight's agenda, but first I just wanted to give a shout out to our school nurses because today is National School Nurse Day. Our school nurses are tasked with a monumental job of keeping our students healthy, and they do so with passion and pride. It is no easy feat, I can just say that. I also want to bring up for your approval tonight, there are several MOUs on the agenda, and the first one I want to speak to is item 9.7. That is an MOU on voluntary coaching support for teachers who are on STIPs, PIPs, or waivers. So what that means is they have not yet gone into a credential program. This is an extremely important MOU to PVFT. as these teachers do not receive any support or mentorship from the new teacher project. So this MOU allows a veteran teacher at the site to be compensated to take on that task of mentoring these teachers. So we hope that you will approve that agenda item and provide that for these individuals. On agenda item 9.4 is an MOU that regards the pay rates for our extended learning program for this upcoming school year. So I just want to acknowledge that we understand the need that the district is faced with to incentivize staff to be part of this program due to the state requiring this 9-hour day requirement, right? So we're happy to work with PVUSD on reaching an agreement on that. The final MOU up for approval in front of you tonight is the summer school pay for special ed. It's really an unfortunate situation that our special ed staff were informed last week they would be receiving a supplemental rate instead of the per diem that is being offered in the Gen Ed program. The mixed messaging that was sent out by the district to this group created a lot of unnecessary stress and frustration on teachers who are choosing to provide these extra services for the summer school program. I'm thankful that we were able to work with PVUSD very quickly to address this and get an MOU settled for this group and come to a resolution for such a high-need program. However, in the future, I ask that these types of changes come to PVFT first, as this is a salary and we negotiate that for our membership. I think that would really help avoid the kind of discord that was felt last week by a really highly impacted part of our population. The other thing I want to bring up is item 9.12, and that's regarding the approval of a contract for a program referred to as SABRS, or SAEBRS. This is a previous agenda item that was brought to the board and voted down. At the time, Nellie spoke to this item and mentioned the addition of work that gets added to teachers' plates and how those plates don't get any bigger. Another way of looking at that is we have a fixed amount of time with our students. That time is set every day, and every day we are tasked with teaching content standards, with differentiating lessons to address the multitudes of student needs, and making them engaging and making the content meaningful and relevant to them all. What happens when we continue to add and add and add requirements is that teachers are then faced with choosing what to fit into the day, and it is an impact to their instructional time. I do want to also say that we have an understanding that this pilot is being brought back to the board as a choice that teachers have to use this at these sites or not. So I do want to be thankful for that, as I think it's really important, just as we offer students choices, that we offer our staff those same things to keep it relevant. Where am I on time? The final item I want to speak to tonight is 9.1. You are looking at the Mental Health Clinician and School Resource Officer Pilot Program. Of course, the safety of our campuses is very important to PVFT, as that directly affects our members and the students they serve. However, police officer salaries are budgeted by the city, and the job of the police is to serve communities. Our schools are part and parcel of communities. It should not fall on school district budgets to pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have CSEA.
Sorry, point of order before CSEA continues. We do have one speaker under item 8.1, Travis Walker. Sorry about that.
Hi there. Okay, I have come to talk to you once again about the impact of teacher vacancies on students. Dr. Rodriguez came to speak to Watsonville High School last week, and during her remarks about the proposed schedule change at Watsonville High School, seemed very annoyed by the possibility of reducing instructional minutes for students after a year of online learning and learning loss. But I'm curious, why haven't you kept that same energy for students whose instructional minutes have been reduced to 0 and forced back online to cover for teacher vacancies? I have a senior right now who never got an English teacher this year, and her class was forced to do Edgenuity instead of actually have an English teacher for her senior year. She struggles with online learning and is now in danger of failing and not graduating. I ask you, if that student fails and doesn't graduate, who really failed? Was it her or was it you? Failing to provide her with a teacher. I say that not to try to shame, but to impress upon you that you are failing the students at Watsonville High School. Win the awards, do whatever, but Watsonville High School is in disarray and you are failing those students. Failure is how you learn. Next year, I won't be here. I'm moving on. You have successfully run off another dedicated teacher, but do better. The students deserve better. That's it.
Okay, CSEA.
Hello, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez, and Cabinet. My name is Richard Martinez. I'd like to start it off by saying we built relationships with one another and our students and staff here. We truly showed our compassion with our community, and we call and we are there and fill our jobs. We do what we can. We show our community we are the front line for our community, and we are essential workers during this pandemic and open heart. We also give and serve, and we also are there for our students more than anybody. We are the first to open up the doors, and we are the last to close them. We would like to bring awareness to our community of the importance of the roles of the classified employees that we hold in our district. We also ask for our support during our negotiations process. We have done our part as classified employees, and we ask for recognition with the process of our negotiations. Please know that together we make a difference in our lives and our students' lives and our staff's lives. We hope to bring a brighter future to our students. At this time, I would love to say our CSA members appreciate working, but we don't feel appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers? None. Okay. 8.3, do we have anyone here tonight from PAVAM? I don't think so. No, okay. And 8.4 is CWA. Okay, moving on to our action items tonight. Item 9.1, the Mental Health Clinician and School Resource Officer Pilot Program. This report will be presented tonight by our Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education, Ms. Kristen Schaus.
Good evening, Board President DeSerpa, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. On behalf of the Pilot Committee, it is my job, my task to make sure that I represent the work that happened in the task force and some additional information in survey information that we had in review of the pilot program as a whole. With that said, I want to be able to go back in time just a little bit into September 15th. During the September 15th meeting, There was a board decision to start a pilot program that included a mental health clinician and an SRO pairing. Within that position, it was created as an action that we would create a committee to be able to do a pilot program review of it. Applicant information, you had 42 applicants that applied to serve on the committee. We did move forward with a blind read process. That blind read process that we explained early on allowed for each person that applied to be issued a number rather than their name, their ethnicity, their demographics, or their role being defined. This allows folks that are reading those actual applications to use their lens of what they believe the folks need. There are scanned over 3 different questions here, indicating a reason why folks want to be involved, also a list of schools, districts, or other community pieces that they may have been involved with in the past, and any experience that they have with the analysis of data or evaluation. The results of those readers going through it, so we had 9 readers. Those readers went through the process of reading all of those independently. They score those on a 1 to 4, 4 being the highest rating, and then those are cumulatively put together. Important to note that we did make sure, as I was going through the process of taking all of their scores, they did actually review the scores that I entered into the system to validate the information, of which we took the top 2 spots of each one of those areas within the pilot committee. Few pieces that we heard in the original board discussion, which we wanted to be sensitive to, were the ideas that we needed to really use a diversity lens when we were choosing people. The 9 readers that we used had over 153 years of experience in direct service to families. You can note on the slide here that there are various pieces that were important to the pilot in regards to a counseling, mental health background, different ethnicities, homeless and foster support, special education, community members, as well as PVUSD alumni and parents. That is the collective sum of your readers that read through those reports, and from that we delivered 24 members, of which 2 spots we did not have applicants. First spot was an Aptos High teacher, and the second spot was an Aptos High community member. So both of those spots were not filled after even seeking to be able to send out that survey piece one more time to see if there was interest. With that said, the 2 pieces that you will now see next were the 2 pieces that we indicated during the 15th in regards to the guiding principles of that pilot piece that the committee objectives looked at. First one was to be able to look at the partnership, that it was grounded in resources, connections, and education, and not just response. Also that they were physically paired in partnership of duties, and that pairing, they jointly work together within their expertise to be able to see what the needs and the service level of the students and families would be. And lastly, that they identify based on data that they are seeing where are pieces that we can help educate or bring assemblies or groups or class sessions together. The second committee objective that we looked at was the use of data in the discussion to help inform the needs and the iterations of the best program possible. We took a look at essentially prevention, addressing safety concerns, and addressing the cause of behaviors. Up here you'll see a few pieces that we took a look at, from education, the supports of pro-social groups, as well as the ability to be able to de-escalate situations. The pilot committee was due to actually meet 4 times. We added a date at the discretion of the task force to be able to get together one more time. That date is asterisked as well on there. A couple of documents for artifacts up there that are important to highlight. The team did work through a working ground rules, which is essentially a set of norms that we would use to make sure that we are keeping the process in alignment with table discussions and those pieces that need to happen when we're looking at data prior to. In addition, we looked at team roles that allowed tables to be able to actually shift from not just having a principal or an administrator actually leading that conversation, but others within the group, so that we were looking at the equity of voice of folks coming forward. We also provided additional pieces with guiding questions for school groups. West Ed is actually a noted national leader within the educational society in regards to human development, as well as initiatives that are going on in education. We provided pieces around 4 different areas. You'll see the 4 R's, if you will, up there: research, recall, reflect, and respond. These essentially were areas that the teams could use to be able to ask questions or dive a little bit deeper on the data with intent of why that would be. You can see a few pieces up there. If you're looking for questions in alignment with research, you're really looking at the facts and questioning facts. You'll also see recall, which is have we remembered where we may have come from or why we made a decision that we made as we went through the process. And then the last two, which are reflect and respond. Reflect is looking at what are the practices currently and can there be different iterations, as well as how might we realign or what may be a factor that's either beneficial or something that is negative that is happening in a pilot. And then lastly, the ability to respond. So how are we using that data to inform our movement, as well as the materials or pieces that may go forward. And with that said, we hit the ground running with our data dive. So you will see up here the 2 dates that our pilots have been in place. It should be noted at the bottom there that we have been working with both law enforcement agencies, so you will see a discrepancy from November to January. The January one started with Watsonville PD after we came back from break. This is in alignment with working with their needs as well. Those positions needed to be flown. They have their own process piece of testing, et cetera, and interviews. So those are the 2 dates that we had both mental health clinician and SRO actually together at that point. Data ended at the point of 4/26 in resolve of our presentation this evening. So with that said, we're going to go a little further into the data here. Total number of referrals. Important to put things in perspective. You'll see population sizes of Aptos as well as Watsonville High. Why is this important? When you take a look at the total site referrals, you'll see 65 at Aptos High in that time frame and 87 at Watsonville High. Why does that matter? Off the cuff, without the perspective of the actual enrollment, it would appear that Watsonville High is actually much higher in resolve. However, when you put that in perspective of the per capita, you're looking at 4.7 and 3.9. That graphic to the right-hand side is one that is fairly familiar to you guys. You have seen it in MTSS presentations, mental health presentations. That's our MTSS pyramid. So the very top tier is tier 3. That is the red band that you're seeing up there. It's designed to service students within 3% to 5% of our population, some of our most needed students. As you can see, those per capitas actually are in alignment with the 4.7 and 3.9 of target audience of what that would be serving. You'll also see below that something that has come up several times this year in regards to threat assessments. Aptos High Team has responded also to Aptos Junior as well as WICSA, Watsonville Charter School of the Arts. That is jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department as well, which is why they are the response team there. There has been a total of 10 threat assessments during that time period between those 3 schools. In addition, at Watsonville High, they have also serviced PCCS, CCMS, and PV High School as a total of 5 threat assessments. In large resolve, a substantial chunk of these happen around social media pieces, TikTok challenges, et cetera, that led to investigations. For highlight and be able to bring this forward so that folks can actually look through the data as well and have the demographic information and other factors that we looked at, you'll see overall campus demographics, and we've also embedded these within the slides as we go, so you'll be able to see what those disparities could be according to the overall campus. So interaction logs. Interaction logs, as we go through them, are going to be the logs that our mental health clinicians and SROs have used when they've interacted with a student. So some of the pieces that we brought forward were the subsections of whether they are on a 504, an IEP, ethnicity, gender. All of that information was critical in us understanding whether this was working and who it was working for. As a result, you'll see referral source up there. So our referral source, 68% of the referrals are administration at Aptos High. That is within reason of what we would believe within the pilot committee in regards to who should be reporting. It is the top tier of MTSS, meaning that those other supports at tier 1 and tier 2 would have gone through other means, counselors, et cetera. When they are being referred at that level, they are generally referred by administration. And then 14% of those referrals came in also from additional sources. So that could have been staff, teachers, or self-reporting in and of itself. You'll also see highlighted at the bottom of the page there, just for additional reference, that is 65 overall incidents that you were looking at with that distribution. At Watsonville High, you'll see something very similar. So you have 77% of the referrals from Watsonville High administration. 8% of the referrals from others, support staff, teachers, and self-report. Their overall was at 87 in terms of the numbers of referrals that they received during this time period. A couple of referrals by grade level, so interesting to look at why this may have occurred. We don't have the exact solid reason. We have an idea of what this may have been. So as you take a look at really the referrals by grade level, which we found going through it, 79% at Aptos High were 9th and 10th graders. There is belief or alignment with the idea that these are also students that did not start high school with us. They were in middle school, did not serve most of their time in middle school as they were in COVID and distance learning, and then moving into the high school as 9th or 10th graders without really the same opportunities or orientation to school that others may have had. Again, you'll see the 54% of the school population at Aptos High is actually our 9th and 10th graders for a reference point. From Watsonville High standpoint, you'll take a look, a little bit different dynamic here. So what you will see is that, again, 9th and 10th grade are still relevantly high. They did also see a spike within 11th grade. You'll also see a note up there that is different than the Aptos one, which is that the referrals in this particular piece, and this was a learning lesson within our staff of what we're actually documenting. This work really was not... There's no guidebook. So as we're going through these pieces and looking at what is familiar, we have to iterate what are the things could we look at. In this case, what you're looking at is that Watsonville High actually was tracking the number of substance abuse pieces that are also going on their campus. So if the pilot were to move forward, and that's at board discretion, then we really would be looking at that information being captured by Aptos High as well, so that we have an understanding of that. Referrals by students receiving special education. So here you have, again, 30% of the referrals, including students receiving 504 accommodations or IEPs. 504s allow students with disabilities to continue to stay in the learning environment, but we provide and get rid of the barriers or challenges so that they can still access in that learning environment. An IEP is actually specialized instruction. So you'll see the breakout here within Aptos. It'll be relevant as I move to Watsonville High and show you another learning piece that we went through as we were going through the pilot. Within Watsonville High, you will also see the bands of IEP and 504 not broken out here. So again, learning lesson within the data of how we were collecting data. These would be broken out in the future if there is determination that we would move forward with something like this. Also something to call out, clearly there is a discrepancy at Watsonville High. There is 11% increase of overrepresentation in special education students referred. That is the equivalent of about 9 students. Should be noted, however, though, that one of the indicators, and we know that it's a variable, so we are unclear, it would be something that we would want to monitor. Watsonville High also houses the district's RISE program. So the RISE program is the only program in the district at the high school level that serves emotionally disturbed students. There is preliminary indication that is some of what we're seeing, but again, that would be something that would be continued to be monitored in terms of the overrepresentation. Then we moved to referrals by race. As we looked at Aptos High, 58.7% of students were identified as Hispanic or Latino. 34% of referrals were identified as white. Interestingly enough, as you look down to the lower side of your population, again, we put those in there for a reason to see what those disparities may look like. You will see a disparity here. So at Aptos, there's about 17%, that's 11 students that are overrepresented in Hispanic and Latino groups. Important to also note at this piece, though, please make sure that you put in context that 70% of these referrals are coming from site administration as well. So in talking through this piece on administration and why folks are being referred, this really was looking at a matching of service of students that have specific needs on the preventative side, not necessarily the reactive or the discipline side. You're going to see that in a few slides here, where over 53% of their referrals at Aptos are actually about the prevention side instead. So I will point that out when we get to that as well. Clearly, at Watsonville High, when you take a look at this, if you did not have context or look at the per capitas, it would appear, and very much so, be an area of concern that we would be looking at. Few pieces, just as we were discussing per capita before. If you take a look at that lower left-hand box, 95.3% of the referrals were Hispanic and Latino. However, their campus demographics and their school population is 95.1% Latino. From a California dashboard perspective, and that's really what triggers how our progress is going, or if there's a disparity, that actually would not trigger a disparity because it's in alignment with what the school demographics are. Students referred to. So this is when we got a little bit deeper on who are our students actually seeing and where did the initial referral come in. So while a mental health clinician or an SRO may be aware of each other's cases and work hand in hand with certain cases, there are pieces where it's not appropriate to have our SRO working with a student that may be going through a sexual assault case that's already gone through the penal side code and they need the additional support of referrals and therapy. You will see them work in tandem, but in terms of who saw students and what that distribution has looked like, you can clearly see here that we have indicated that there has been student voice in that as well. No student has been put in that position of needing to meet with both. They are allowed to be able to opt out of that for wherever their comfort level is. That includes families as well. You'll also see Watsonville High and where our students referred or spent the majority of time together. 64% of those were actually with the SRO and mental health clinician as a joint team. And then you'll also see about 18.2% are working with the SRO and another 17% are working with the mental health clinician. Again, you'll see that student voice piece brought in there in terms of who they may be working with. Piece that we were also not collecting initially, but as we moved through the system, became another piece that we wanted to address. We were looking at involving referrals that are involving social media. So we do know that our kids were exposed to more social media. They were exposed to more online learning, which means more technology. This is an area that we were not initially looking at. So you'll see about 14.1% up there is unknown. That was because that was an addition and iteration after we started the pilot piece of looking at this. 65% of the referrals did not involve social media. However, 20.3% did. So as we've watched that continue to kind of climb, there was a response taken in terms of collection of data. The SRO and the mental health clinicians did provide a parent engagement evening around social media, developing healthy boundaries. Again, you will also see similar data in response to social media. So 84% did not. We have about 15.9% that did. So again, those two also paired with our Aptos team to make sure that that parent engagement night ran through Zoom. So I know that these may be slightly difficult to see up there as well. Kind of wanted to point out two things. So on the left-hand side, the easiest way to orient yourself to this, 35.9% on the left-hand side is your ed code and your penal code violations. So those are things that happen discipline-related, legal-related, that are actually charted through administration or because of an action that they actually have encountered with law enforcement. Does not mean that it may be our law enforcement that issued it. However, it's relevant in the idea of how many of those are reactionary. So this would be a reactionary response. Student has encountered some kind of difficulties or challenges as a result of a rule violation. That is a reactionary piece. If you look to the right-hand side, the 53.1%, which is the reference point that I suggested earlier as well within the data, that is preventative. So if you look to that right-hand side of what services students are getting, that social anxiety piece you will see is high. We also have looked very much so at peer conflict. There is alignment with the idea that our students have struggled coming back and learning what that may look like, and there is conflict that our kids have not had time to be able to work out with each other or have reacted differently during the course of the past couple of years. You'll also see Watsonville High. So Watsonville High, left-hand side, you're looking at about 42.4% have been ed code or penal code violations that started the initial referral. And then 45.9% have been on the preventative side. So they've started work prior to a referral escalating to the point of a student being in trouble, if you will. A couple of pieces to note with both schools is that a consequence, so I would refer to an ed code violation or a penal code violation as being a consequence, is always also met with a support. So if a student is coming back for reentry, has been out of school for suspension, et cetera, and has been referred, they are also receiving the support side of the house in this. Last couple of things on the interaction logs. These are the interventions that have been provided. A few pieces that may be useful to take a look at are the restorative practices piece, which is essentially the righting of the wrong. So is it possible to be able to have a student come in that may have graffitied or something like that to actually make it right versus actually using a punitive function? So you'll see high numbers there as well, and the tier 2 expansions for students in subgroups as well. Similar review at Watsonville High, with the exception of the fact that they do have a stronger connection with families. So they are doing more right now with our families that have been referred than our Aptos team currently. This is an area of subject that we've talked about in terms of using each other's strengths to figure out how do we leverage both teams' strengths to be able to move us forward so that they're both providing those resources to families. So we move from interaction logs, which is those logs of the direct contact that our mental health clinicians and SROs have had and some of the demographic information that you have, to looking at a student and family experience. So this particular survey is used with families that have had direct contact with our SRO and mental health clinician. You'll take a look at the very top up there. It'll give you an idea of what our numbers looked like. So if you recall our referral numbers, we had 102, which is about 67% of those that were referred, whether family or student, did respond to the feedback that we asked for. This feedback is not elicited by the mental health clinician or the SRO. There is a parent outreach person identified on each campus. The only ones else that had access to the data or asking these questions was myself and those two counterparts. We wait generally 2 to 3 days after an event to be able to elicit and ask if we can get feedback from the family or the student. It is voluntary and it is anonymous. Looking at the data of what we received within it, you'll see on the left-hand side who were the ones that responded the most to feedback. About 37% and 33% respectively between Watsonville High and Aptos were students that were responding to the feedback. And then you have also family members at both sites at around 16, at about 10 and 17, apologies. To the right-hand side, you'll also see, did they know why they were contacted? So a big piece of this is when you contact somebody and we're talking to them, do they understand why we're even asking questions or what we're looking at in terms of supports? This is that piece that we asked with our members that have gone through the system to say, do you understand why you're being contacted? And I think that that is definitely a large piece of understanding how to support families if we're not able to actually articulate what it is that we're looking for when we're talking to folks. A couple of other questions that we asked the teams that have had direct contact. Did you feel heard and understood during the interaction? 64.4% agreed or strongly agreed that they did feel heard and understood during the process. 15.8% disagreed or strongly disagreed. The rest were your remaining neutrals. You also see at the bottom there, you now know what resources are applicable to you. So part of this is about that prevention and education. So are people leaving the door actually understanding what they have access to with resources? 57.4% responded that they agree or strongly agree. 16.9% disagreed or strongly disagreed with that statement. The last question that we asked in terms of the family and the student experience was really an overall question. So the overall, did they feel that they were respected and that the situation was positive? 71% agreed or strongly agreed that it was a positive experience, with 13% disagreeing or strongly disagreeing. So again, those were folks that had direct contact with the team and the outcome of those interactions from their standpoint. I'm going to move to our student and family survey piece, which is a holistic survey given to both the Aptos community as well as the Watsonville High community. A few pieces to note as we go through here. There were 938 responses, of which 609 were students, 216 parents, and 113 staff members between the two schools. In speaking with site administration, Watsonville High used methods of PA announcements. They sent through student Gmails, Synergy email, Remind text, as well as the weekly Wildcat. Aptos High used School Messenger, the text message function, as well as emails to staff and parents, and the student Gmails, all indicating the deadline of May 9th as well prior to collection. Summation of those results, we'll start with the students first. If you take a look at the students, have you ever had contact with the mental health clinician and the SRO team? So out to the side, to put in perspective the percentages or what that looks like in terms of raw numbers, 524 students had not had contact with them and 85 have, so all of their responses will be seen in the next several questions. Having the mental health clinician or the school resource officer team made them feel safer. 290 students agreed, with 29 disagreeing. Lower portion looked at, are you distracted as a result of their presence on your campus? 392 responded no, with 58 agreeing. And the bottom lower corner, all students are treated equally by mental health clinician and SRO team. 267 agreed and 47 disagreed. The last two questions that we asked students within the survey were around whether you felt comfortable with the team on campus. 325 students responded yes, that they were comfortable, and this is a typo, so my apologies, and you had 25 students say that they were uncomfortable with their presence. The bottom one was, would you feel comfortable moving forward with a concern that you have for yourself or others? 217 students indicated that yes, and 85 students indicated that they were uncomfortable doing so. We'll move to the parent results. So if you take a look at this, how many of them have experienced the SRO or the mental health clinician team? 167 had not, with 51 having had experience with them. To the right-hand side, again, very similar question. Do they make you feel safer with your students at school? 166 agreed, with 15 disagreeing. Lower, you'll take a look at, do they believe that they are treated equally? 111 agreeing, with 13 disagreeing. And then, are they comfortable with the presence of the SRO team and the mental health clinician on campus? 183 agreeing, with 10 disagreeing. Their last question for parents was, again, an overall question in regards to whether they felt comfortable moving forward with taking an initiative with mental health clinician or SRO about a safety concern, of which 173 felt comfortable and 11 disagreed. The last piece of data that we used within the survey was to look at staff results. Within this, we had asked the question of how many of you had had contact within the mental health clinicians and the SRO team. This actually is reverse of what we've seen with the majority of folks within student or parent populations. Most of our staff had indicated that they had. So 82 have indicated that yes, they have had direct exposure to them, and 33 have indicated that they have not. Right-hand side, do they again make staff feel safe as having them on campus? 79 agreed, with 11 disagreeing. Are students treated equally on the lower left-hand side there? 60 staff indicated that yes, with 8 disagreeing. And again, to the right-hand side, have they distracted you from your work in the carry-out of your duties? 8 agreed that they had, with 94 disagreeing that they had not. Last two questions in regards to staff looked at how comfortable were they with the presence of the team on campus? 90 saying they agree that they are comfortable, and 11 saying that they are not. And the last question, would you come forward with a safety concern and feel comfortable? 92 saying yes, 6 saying no. That is the end of the results for the survey that was given holistically to both Watsonville High and Aptos High. We also took a look in that original guiding practice piece of what are the education, training, or prevention pieces that have also been done in the interim during this time period. Up here is a list. I will not go forward with reading the entire list to you, but I will highlight a few things really in aspects of being able to provide safety support for activities as well as athletic events. They are all now certified, including the mental health clinicians in ALICE training, which is our critical response team. including support of SEL learning in classrooms has already begun as well. Distribution of COVID-19 tests to be out in the community and to be able to be seen in a different way. They've also been assisting with the RAVE application on campuses. So those are a few highlights of their work that they have been doing out there that fit into those 3 buckets. So we moved to committee recommendations. So there was a lot of data and a lot of data points that we went through and determined were necessary to look forward. We've provided 2 pieces. One, which is essentially, if you choose to adopt this pilot as being the partnerships moving forward, there are some things that we would like you all to consider in recommendations. Those recommendations include continue to collect the data. The data really has driven the program, but has also told us things that needed to be changed along the way. So those pieces would include the interactive logs. It would include data on unique students. So that is an area that we learned through the pilot to be able to not do it by occurrence. So Lisa doesn't have multiple incidents potentially in it, but she has 1 incident in it. We also took a look at the creation of site progress monitoring teams. So rather than it being a larger scope district team, actually having more influence at the site level. And this included opportunities for students to come forward in their element, on their time, in their area. So this was definitely something that the committee looked at in terms of bringing forward student-friendly times and access for them to be able to be a part of further conversation in this area. We also did look at convening a district stakeholder team with the intent that there would be cross collaboration and leveraging students and leveraging the strengths that we're seeing or alterations that need to continue to happen as we move forward. Lastly, in that bucket, we also looked at shadow days so that stakeholders really understand what the concept of the program is and have access to it, barring the fact that we have a private conversation or something confidential going on. Also, capturing the process between mental health clinicians and SROs. So currently, as we've been working through this, there are policies and pieces that we're starting to put together and procedures, but there also could be a change of folks. That is a reality of what this pilot may look like, and ensuring that there is something that the team understands moving on that's already established is imperative to the success of future teams. The other 3 pieces that we looked at that we would suggest continuing conversation with the board around is allow for the continued team training. So the team has currently done training in regards to restorative practices, serving vulnerable populations, and looking at school-based interventions. Those last 2, we have started the restorative practices piece, but looking at the vulnerable populations and school-based one would be something that we would want to continue and suggest encouraging. And then the last 2 are really in partnership with our other entities. So engage with WPD and the sheriff on the duration of each SRO's assignment. Depending on the organization, they have timelines, not necessarily district-instituted timelines. So if a match is made between an SRO and a mental health clinician, fairly imperative that we can hold on to that person if it is possible. Unfortunately, that isn't always possible. So law enforcement agents do have their own way of being able to put veterans or assignments available. There is one of our partners that currently has a 3-year stint. And again, looking at when you have a match and its success, is there a possibility and ground room for the district to continue those communications with our partners? And then with engaging WPD and sheriff for matching funds. There's a committee discussion around this in terms of the response that WPD or sheriff will need to do. There is definitely a belief that there should be an engagement and conversation around matching funds. Now, if we decide and you guys decide to move forward with a no, some of the pieces that we took a look at were the committee recommends that we address and really seriously look at the tier 2 and tier 3 intervention needs. So that top tier piece, there's been an increase in the dysregulation of our students. We do know that through COVID, and really solidifying what that looks like. You'll also see on here, develop a procedure to maintain that restorative response team. That's that intervention one that you saw at 24 or 33. It has been successful for the 2 teams. But again, what will that look like if that support is not available on campus? Also, the ability to address response times for critical incidents, provide increased funding to athletic or event coverage. We also discussed the idea that law enforcement establishing a consistent liaison for those threat assessments. We have had threat assessments happen in the evening hours that we're able to resolve, so school can resume in the morning, and we make notifications, but we can get school going in the morning. We would want that to continue so that it's not barring or a challenge for folks to get us access. Looking at the comprehensive school safety plans, verifying what that will look like in the out years if there is not this partnership in it. There is a mental health clinician and an SRO portion within that. And then establishing protocols for return to students on campus. They currently are doing re-entry with our students that have been off campus for suspension or other means, and looking at what that may look like to help bring our students back in. The last two actually fit either way. So I want to make sure that I definitely call this out on behalf of the committee. We think these should happen regardless. A couple of things that I do want to put into context as well on the district side. We do believe that the increase of safety care, which is really our hands-on response if we have to get to that position of how to do that safely, and then also de-escalation training. Those two pieces, they will impact unions. At this point, they've been voluntary options for many of our staff unless they're in an assignment that requires it. This would be something that we would want you guys to definitely look at in terms of having that conversation with our unions or additional folks to make sure that we have more staff that really have that opportunity, not just on a voluntary basis if we lose the opportunity to have the mental health clinician or the SRO pilot currently on campus. But again, that is something that we would generally want either way of the vote. With that, I'm going to end with financial impacts. So financial impacts, the left-hand side, the 21-22 school year, that is this year's funding. You look at $573,000. It's been across two schools. PV High is not in the pilot, as you recall. ESSER has been used for our SROs, and the ELO funding has been used for our mental health clinicians currently. In the out years, approximate future funding, I did the breakdown of both 2 schools as well as 3 schools if you were to approve PV High being involved as well. You're looking at about $800,000 for 2 schools and about 1.2. That includes benefit lines as well as salaries on all 4 individuals or 6 individuals respectively. At that point, we would be looking at general fund as well as safety grant awards. There are currently about 4 different grants that are out there that are running. The Justice Department is running a Stop Violence one. There's about $125 million within that grant. Bureau of Justice is running the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program, and Connect and Protect. Those are options. We have not sought those nor looked through those in terms of what that may mean for the RFPs and actually going through the process. But those could be opportunities as well, but not guaranteed. And then just last final note there, the SROs and the mental health clinicians are housed at our comprehensives, but as you saw within those threat assessments or pieces, they have been dispatched to other PVUSD schools on emergent concerns. And thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. It was very thorough. Do we have any speakers to this item?
Yes, we do. We have 9 speakers to this item. So first we have Rebecca Royston, followed by Bobby Marshall-Salt, followed by Travis Walker.
Hi, good evening, Board of Trustees, Cabinet members, and Dr. Rodriguez. My name is Rebecca Royston, and I am a 2nd grade teacher at Radcliffe Elementary. And the thought of my 2nd graders attending a high school sooner than I know it with armed officers is very scary, a very sad thought. I'm here tonight to implore you to eliminate the SROs from the mental health support team. Our district does not have the time or funds to invest in a program that has no conclusive evidence that SRO's presence increase safety. In fact, studies have shown that the presence of SROs on campus negatively impacts students of color, LGBTQ+ students, and students with disabilities. Please truly consider the needs of our students and put those funds towards proven efforts, mental health counselors, positive behavior intervention, and more staff on campus. Thank you.
Hello. Bobby Marchessault, Watsonville High parent and member of the Pilot Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be involved on the committee and for the learning I was able to do. I did gain an appreciation for our SRO as a person and was able to see some of the benefits to his presence on campus and his heart for youth. However, the positive impacts of him on campus are nearly entirely unrelated to policing aspects of what he's doing at all, and many of those concerns still exist. At the September special board meeting, one of the conversations that came up was officers being not in uniform, yet that seems to be a non-starter as an option when it comes up. As a committee member, I have major concerns about the survey that was done, from the 4.5-day time span to being unable to separate out the responses from Aptos versus Watsonville. This entire process, the data was separated out to review, so why not for the survey? And it was not made clear that the committee had no part in that survey. We actually had decided we did not have time to do it adequately. So we were not a part of that at all. While I do appreciate the effort, there has not been enough of a process to adopt this as an ongoing program. The financial obligation continues to be a concern as an educational institution with on-campus police making more than our highest paid teachers. As a member of the Watsonville Policing and Social Equity Committee, one priority was fostering partnership between the department and PVUSD. If WPD is willing, there has got to be more creative ways, if public safety is truly a priority and our youth are a priority and this isn't about funding, to work together innovatively on ways that WPD can have an officer that is trained in these areas whose priority on their beat is responding to any necessary calls at schools with care. I do hope if the program stays that it continues to evolve significantly with public input, particularly from system-involved youth advocates. With the limited data we have from only 3 to 4 months, the program ought to either stay in pilot phase or not continue, as there's not been enough to convince me that the benefits outweigh the costs. Expecting any officer to transcend decades of generational trauma around policing is a tall order, and public schools is not the place to try. There has to be a better solution than the feeling of safety for some at the cost of a positive learning environment for many of our most vulnerable students who need the support the most. I'd be happy to sit down with any of you and share more of my experience and thoughts too at any time.
Hi there. I would like to reiterate your own research back to you. You presented research at the initial meeting that showed that schools with police on campus disproportionately affect students with disabilities. Your own survey or your own research found that. The research that you presented at the first meeting showed that students of color were more negatively affected. Research didn't necessarily show negative, but you also found that the SRO program was disproportionately interacting with students of color. Everything that they presented lines up with the other research that you presented before you made this decision. There's nothing that suggests in the research that I could see that your program is somehow different than any other program that puts police on campuses. There is no evidence that police reduce violence. That, again, comes from your own research that you collected. Just the other day, there was a fight at Watsonville High School right in front of the SRO's office. The SRO was nowhere to be found. I don't say that judgy, just as a matter of fact that SROs on campus doesn't necessarily mean they're there to prevent violence. You know who did? A teacher, and got punched in the process. You don't pay us enough to teach and get punched. Research also showed that suspensions and expulsions at campuses with police on campus are higher than schools without police on campus. As you know from your own local control accountability plan, suspension rates are already a problem in this district, nearly twice as high as the state average. We do not need to be suspending more students. Research shows that that is not good for students. It is not good for their education. Already, over the past several weeks, we have had multiple times where the principal has come on the loudspeaker across the campus threatening students with suspension. Students in the back of Watsonville High could confirm that for you. We are taking a step in the wrong direction. I'll end with saying your own research showed that restorative practices, restorative justice, it is what is working. Restorative justice does not require police. In fact, it's harmed by having police.
All right, next up we have Pam Sexton, followed by Brandon Denise and Bernie Gomez.
Hi. Could I procedural question? A teacher has laryngitis and asked me to read his statement. Could I have a little extra time to read mine and his?
That
has
would be
lyrics.
fine. If you could read his name before you start his
Of course,
comment.
Chris Webb, and he's at Renaissance High School.
Yeah, we know Chris. Yeah, and we thank him for sending.
Okay, and I'll try to speak quickly. Thank you so much for your attention and to listening to the folks who are here. I'll start with Chris's and then do mine. As a teacher at Renaissance, I'd like to request an end to this pilot program because my students tell me SROs make them feel less safe. Also because their expense doesn't serve my students. Literally, they don't serve Renaissance High School, but they do draw on shared funding for things that would serve Renaissance High School students, things like money for field trips or sports or a drug and alcohol counselor or a Spanish teacher. Recalling Dr. Rodriguez's presentation around the time this program was initially discussed, the decision to restore SROs at schools was not supported by data, suggesting that the right thing to do, and it instead seemed more of a rash political emotional decision, one at odds with the wishes of most of the PVUSD community. If the board cannot find the courage to stand with the majority of PVUSD students, then perhaps we can at least have some beneficial reforms and protections. Reform like an independent community oversight commission, independent as in contracting law enforcement agency members, and the paired mental health clinicians are not on it. Second, we need a clear PVUSD policy that protects teachers who are upholding their oath of service. And SROs and accompanying mental health clinicians should have restorative practice training prior to serving at a school site. PVUSD should insist that if there are SROs in schools, they shouldn't have their full uniform, as has been mentioned, and if these reforms can't be made, SROs are not a good fit for our district. And again, the request to end the pilot was the start. Now I'm going to move from Chris to myself, and thank you. Thank you for the decision that you made in 2020. A lot of those same reasons, they're the same reasons now. And I know that 6 months ago, it was a very traumatic situation to have a student killed on campus, and the emotional response, the political response, I think pushed a decision that was wrong, and the data that was showed tonight shows that. It's clear, so SROs are not any solution. We know that these are more complicated. I really appreciate that so many school board members have taken the time to listen to community members, to have conversations about this, and I really want you to go with what I think is right, that the cost of one SRO is equivalent, based on my adjoin crunching numbers, to 5 socio-emotional counselors. One SRO would be the equivalent of 10 campus supervisors. Having more campus supervisors would offer a lot more protection than one SRO, and again, all of the harm that the evidence shows, particularly to students of color, LGBTQ plus students, and students with disabilities. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Brandon Denise. I'd like to thank Kristen Schaus for presenting this report and the team that compiled the data. Accountability and oversight of law enforcement are very necessary in today's society. I would strongly urge the board to consider the cost of this program. For a school district that likes to make excuses about why you can't pay your teachers a living wage, it's really sad to see that we're contributing to the police and military industrial complex instead of investing in the teachers who are the ones that have the most impact on the lives of our students. Especially at a time when communities all over the United States and the world are considering cutting funding in areas of policing that contribute to systemic racism. Including benefits, as Pam just mentioned, the cost of one SRO is equivalent to 10 campus supervisors, who those campus supervisors are the ones that the students put more of their trust in than a uniformed police officer. I encourage the board to find ways to pay for this program using safety grants and match funding. Please adopt the recommendations made in this report, such as continued data collection and better defining of the interactions between SROs and mental health clinicians. The fact that the data supports that at both Aptos High School and Watsonville High School, special education students are being disproportionately targeted by SROs should be a huge red flag, especially with the acknowledgement that we're not able to separate out IEP and 504 students. So the data, we don't even really quite know what we're talking about, do we? Being familiar with individuals who work in that RISE program at Watsonville High School, I feel like I can attest that these students are some of the students who most need mental health and behavior supports and not to have their behavior criminalized. Police have been unaccountable and unreliable for too long. This district has the opportunity to be an agent of positive change and demonstrate to the world that law enforcement officials are not above the law and they require strict accountability measures to function in this democracy. Thank you.
So I know Bernie's walking towards the podium, but after him we have Karina Semoreno. Can't read your handwriting, I'm sorry. Susan Cohen, followed by Jen Salinas Holes.
Go. All right. Buenas tardes. Good evening, board. The students need support. They need help. Someone to listen to them, give them advice. Right. Teachers do a lot of work for that. The teachers need help to do that. Remove the SRO, keep your health clinicians, right? I don't know. Obviously, you're gonna start looking about funding. They just said it. There's a short of teachers, right? You're gonna be pulling money from that general fund now. Even if there is a grant, that doesn't mean that that's good money. You're gonna still having the same conversations, right, with no solutions. Again, I'm not here to be, bash on the police or be anti-police. I have my direct experiences with the police department, with the prison industrial complex, all that. And I'll tell you through experience that policing youth, because I was policed, right? It didn't do anything for me, and one more thing, just thinking about like the state legislature, SB 203 just passed in January 2020, this year, which provides, Miranda rights for the students. So I'm wondering, where is that data? How many throughout these direct contacts that the SRO has had with the students? It is through the legislature. It is mandated that before the SRO or police is questioning or contacting the student, that the public defender needs to be identified. So I would like to see that if this board is in compliance with that. So thank you.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I just want to point out that a lot of the youth that are isolated or punished by admin and SROs are ones with histories of disabilities, poverty, abuse, or neglect, and these are children and youth that would benefit from healing services. And I don't think it's ridiculous, as it was pointed out, that there are youth using drugs that ended up in this because they're coming out of COVID, they're coming out of this Zoom world of isolation, of, everything just being so horrible and ambiguous. And that's, people, how do you say it, self-medicate. And these are youth who are going through a lot and self-medicating and should have healing services instead. Why are they having to self-medicate? Why is nobody asking that? And these are, youth who are going to be criminalized just for acting out and misbehaving and end up, with their futures ruined in the school to prison pipeline, end up incarcerated when really they needed healing services. And it's also really scary too that this survey that was done at Watsonville was done over a 3-month period versus Aptos, which was done over a 5-month period, and yet the same number almost, or percentage, because more students at Watsonville High School got recommended for this. And it did show that they were all majority brown, disabled, and that should be really scary, that the statistics match up with everything we knew. I also think it's ridiculous that the survey was given out with 4 business days and 3.5 business days, sorry, and with so many of the students who never even came in contact, having so much to say about it, because it was very ambiguous. It said 85 students who had contact with either a mental health clinician or an SRO. Also, 85 students said that they were uncomfortable with it. Are those the same students? We don't know, because they were all pushed into the same survey, and it's very ambiguous. And none of the questions asked, do I feel better off and protected from their presence? Do I feel safe and healthy? Do I feel supported in my healing? Do I feel safe at school? That wasn't even asked. And so I ask that you consider that, and you please focus on funding healing-informed services, programs like the VAPA, which creates opportunities with equal access for all students. These things are needed right now, these healing and restorative practices, and finding more teachers and being able to retain them as well. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. So people have pointed out already about the problems with the survey, and Karina just brought up some really valuable questions that could have been asked. And I also would have liked to have seen a question just to make it realistic for people, so people really see everyone gets to see what's happening. And maybe a question like, would you prefer the $1.2 million to be used for an armed police officer SRO, or would you like the $1.2 million to be used on more services and programs that promote student well-being and overall education, so that families know what's happening? That I question if, what people really do understand about the funding and the possibilities. So we continue to oppose SROs in the schools, and I just want to repeat what others have said about the school to prison pipeline. I think the data, I think Assistant Superintendent Schaus pointed out some of the data that showed the disparity. And also what other people reiterate about there's no conclusive evidence that police on campuses do anything to really support the overall well-being of students, real safety. And if we remember in Parkland, Florida, that's always quoted, there was an SRO on campus that day when those 17 students were shot and killed. And there's no way it's possible for the SRO to be everywhere all the time.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jen Salinas Holtz. I'm the parent of 2 PVUSD students, one of whom will be at Watsonville High School next year. I'm also a PVUSD staff person. I served on the SRO Mental Health Clinician Pilot Program Review Committee as a Watsonville High community member. I am firmly opposed to having uniformed armed police officers in schools, and after spending the past 4 months on this committee, I remain opposed to this. None of the data we reviewed in this short time changed my perspective. 2 years ago, this board was presented with compelling evidence against having police officers in schools, which convinced you to vote to remove SROs from our high schools. I hope you will again vote to remove armed police from our schools because, as you know, there is no conclusive evidence that police presence increases student safety. We instead of police, what we need is more mental health support and social emotional counseling, especially for our most vulnerable student populations, including students of color, LGBTQ+ students, and students with disabilities. As a community, we have the opportunity to advocate for those students, voice our opposition to the well-documented school-to-prison pipeline, and show our most vulnerable students that we care about their safety and well-being. Please allocate funding towards supporting our students instead of policing them. Thank you.
Those are all speakers under this item.
Are there any comments or questions from the board? Jen Shocker.
Thank you, President. So, thank you for the report, and thank you for those that served on the committee and those that came this evening, as well as those who have emailed or talked to us in person. I do have some questions. So, first I'm going to ask, what is the cost of a campus supervisor, roughly?
I'm going to default to my left over here with our CBO, who happens to be our fiscal guy.
So yeah, while it seems like the cost of a campus supervisor is not as high as we would believe, we do know that we have to take into account statutories as well as benefits. So the cost for an actual campus supervisor ranges anywhere from $68,000 to about $80,000.
And how many campus supervisors do we currently have?
They run on per capita, so there's basically a base formula that we kind of use. However, that has increased based on student needs. So for instance, generally around 300 to 400 students is the equivalent of 1. However, we do have schools that we saw additional need, so those adjustments have been made where we've increased campus supervision. Those also could be a mirror of part-time as well as full-time folks involved in that.
And Clint, this one will go for you. What's our cost of our mental health clinician?
So mental health clinicians, all said and done, range anywhere from about 140 to about 170. Sorry, 140,000 to 170,000.
Perfect, thank you. And what are some of the things that the district has done in the last year increasing mental health services?
There's been several pieces that have come out in other presentations in terms of the increase in mental health clinicians across the board. So we actually do have one reflected at each one of our comprehensives in addition to one that is currently vacant at a middle school level. In addition, we've increased the SECs, so governance of one versus we have one SEC spread between 2 elementaries currently, whereas that is an increase from what we had previously, which was about 3 to 4 sites they were trying to cover. In addition, one of those SECs at each one of our middle schools as well. We've also increased additional partnerships with PVPSA and additional health works to be able to really support that need. And then the addition of our Wellness Center has been our last addition, if you will. That has also increased access of mental health supports at timeframes that are more convenient to families as well.
Do we have plans in place for community schools or additional wellness centers?
Yes, so we applied for the planning grant last month, and so actually Nellie and I, we just had a conversation about this on Tuesday, so we should hear next week if we receive it. We feel confident we will receive it, but just because of the timeline and staff, I'm totally willing because I work through the summer, but most other people don't, so it was determined that we would wait to establish that committee, which will include CSEA and PVFT plus community members in August. But if we get the grant, we would be able to have a year of planning. That was beneficial for us to do the planning grant because otherwise we would have already have had to show how we had an established process and it wouldn't have been collaborative. So instead of me just coming up with the plan, we decided to go after the planning grant. So we feel confident we'll get it, and then we'll make a good plan and we'll go after as many community schools as we can, which will, to your point, greatly increase the amount of support for social emotional needs.
And how many social emotional counselors and counselors did we add this year to staff?
So as, Chris, you have the exact numbers? Okay, so we added, I have it in a different presentation. If I can come back to you, I'll grab it and I will respond. If you can go to your next question, I'll answer in a second.
No problem. So we also have some extended days coming up with the district and the opportunity to provide more programs for children. How do you see this impacting the mental health and helping students through challenges that they're having, such as parents that aren't always home, gang recruitment, being on their own?
Yeah, in reference to ELOP, which is that 9-hour day, essentially it allows us to be able to run more pro-social activities. So you would see an increase in mentoring programs. You would see an increase in Tier 2 or Tier 3 services where students can have additional access after hours. Also should be probably noted in reference to mental health clinicians in general. They are classified members. In this regard, we have had some flexibility to be able to move hours, to be able to adjust for family needs as well, meaning that they may actually start their day a little bit later at 9:30 or 10 and be able to service families later into the evening. So that is also some flexibility that we have within that to be able to provide some additional care at off hours or not school-based hours.
And what are some of the things that the district is doing right now to provide training to staff, to our SROs about students with disabilities?
Sure. So we still are early on with the formation of the teams in and of themselves. The piece that I highlighted this evening, all 4 of the folks that are currently involved in the pilot have received restorative justice practices. That is something that we funded as a district to make sure that our folks are aware of what those look like. In terms of where we're headed with special services, I've had a quick conversation with Heather Gorman as a result of some of the survey data in reference to how we pair and look at those deeper dive issues of how do we connect those dots between our additional learning that we need to have in that area too. At this point, our 4 members, if it were to continue, would also have access to a school safety conference that is not just indicative of SROs, but also looks at mental health and additional measures that folks are seeing within school districts across the board.
Okay, and with some of our survey data that we received and the parents or students and staff that indicated they strongly disagreed, did they give or do we have any inclination or input on why they strongly disagreed, that they didn't feel safe or that their needs weren't being met?
Sure, neither the student and family experience one, so those are the folks that were directly attached to services, nor the overall survey indicated a deciphering of why they may have disagreed, nor did we decipher if folks did agree, so we did not elicit that.
So tonight, basically, we're looking at possible renewal of the pilot program of the SRO and mental health clinician with adding it on to Pajaro Valley High School, correct?
It would be at the board's discretion as to how you choose to move forward. The committee's recommended both options of things that we would like you to look at depending on which decision is made.
Right, and with that list of recommendations you gave us, you also mentioned including the increase of safety training for staff and an increase in de-escalation training for staff. And in that increase of de-escalation training, does that also include any type of training on students with mental health issues or students with disabilities?
Absolutely. In fact, the de-escalation training that we do as well as safety care does cover special populations, which do include special education students.
And in response to your question, we this year we went from 13 to 17 social emotional counselors, which was a 55% increase, and then we went from 10 to 15 mental health clinicians.
Thank you. So if we do vote to support this program tonight, I do think it's important to continue it as a pilot program, look back, take into data over another year and see where we're at and make some changes that you noticed during the committees, right, on how data was collected. I think that's important that we have consistent data between all the sites and consistent collections. I would also like to see some sort of outreach to parents, teachers, or students that disagree that their needs aren't being met on what could we do to help them meet those needs? Why do they feel their needs aren't being met? So I think those are some important factors.
Jen Holm?
Why the jump in cost for even just the two schools?
Jump in cost in systems right now, and we are working with the Sheriff's Department currently in that, is looking at the hours that are currently allotted and working out some additional pieces with how overtime may be charged and how some pieces where if somebody is out currently in personnel, what that replacement looks like in terms of making sure that our costs remain lower. In fairness, WPD is lower, but it also is reflective of the time span that we have had them. A large portion of that you are seeing is actually our mental health clinicians, which is in relationship to what Clint indicated at being about 140 to 170,000 for each one of those members, which have both been onboarded with benefits to the district.
And Trustee Shocker had talked about, you're continuing a pilot. So can we clarify, like, if what a yes vote means in terms of time frame?
Sure. So a couple of different pieces. The committee did have a conversation about whether it should be left in pilot or not. I did gauge that in an anonymous survey piece that went out to all pilot members. It was not consensus that should be recommended this evening in terms of continuing as a pilot. So what's presented before you would be options of adoption of this, meaning that if we were to move forward with any SROs and mental health clinicians, they would always be paired together no matter which sites you choose to. And if you choose no, that it would actually be the disbanding of that. That third option would be something that you would need to discuss as a board.
And I also wanted to thank you for clarifying that the referrals were not just about discipline issues. I heard from quite a number of folks about the program and was particularly moved by, a parent's story about one child's referral and how the partnership between the mental health clinician and the SRO helped their child navigate the aftermath of a traumatic event and connected them to a range of services that were important. I had hoped that would be one of the outcomes, and I'm glad to see that at least that's happening. And to clarify, when you say direct interaction with SROs for the survey. Was that referrals, or were there other direct interactions that were included?
Sure. So direct interactions would be that they have actually, it is not just they waved at them in a quad or something like that. They have actually had direct services between the mental health clinician and the SRO provided.
And I would also be very interested in seeing some of the disaggregated data around the surveys at some point. I have also, nope, we got that question answered. Actually, you've addressed my question about costs and funding, so I think I'm good.
Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Maria?
I have a couple.
Okay.
Just a couple questions and a couple comments. I think tonight it would have been great to see a comparison between the schools who were piloted and PV High School and the data that was collected there. I'm sure that there is data, so it would have been nice to see that comparison between those schools. One of the things that I appreciated about tonight's presentation is the fact that students were given a voice of choosing who they were referred to initially. It would have been great to have the committee be more involved in developing the questions of the survey, and also more allotted time and more outreach for students, families, and staff to be encouraged, right, to participate. Obviously, as a district, when it comes to mental health and just general support for students, we've made it that a priority, right? Which is why we've seen the increases of mental health clinicians along with social emotional counselors across all schools, which is great. I like the fact that we now have a wellness center, and that will continue to 2 other ones, and then hopefully the community schools. So that will be added supports. Michelle, can you speak to, let me backtrack. Back in the September meeting, one of the reasons why I voted no was because I felt that the SRO alone did not address the root cause of youth violence. And many of the social and emotional needs the students were experiencing at that time, and obviously continue to have those needs. How, in addition to the mental health services being provided, what other things are we doing as a community, because it is a community problem, it's not just a PVUSD problem, to address those root causes?
Yeah, so we had that presentation at the last board meeting that kind of went over what the multidisciplinary team is doing to address it. So as we mentioned, we believe this is a multi-agency needed response. We have met several times since. There's actually been significant progress already since that last 2 weeks. So since then, for example, one of the things that I mentioned at the last meeting was that many of our students who are getting into some significant trouble are not attending school, so they have excessive absences, so they're excessively truant. So we have joined, we did meet up twice with PVPSA's Valor team. The last one occurred with our student services team and the Valor team, and they have since created a listing of all current cases and are dedicated to getting to do those home visits on a very consistent basis. With a combination of Valor team, our mental health clinicians, our social emotional counselors, and our student services, so that we can get to all those students who are excessively absent and get them signed up right on the spot to our summer school program. So we don't want to get them back into school, and then 3 weeks later, because we only have 3 weeks left, then have them go off and break that pattern. And so we're going to sign them up and have them go straight into that. Leadership teams are starting to have the conversation about the tardy issue that we were referring to. So that's at varying levels within the comprehensive high schools, because we are seeing that, again, students are getting themselves into challenges when they're not where they're supposed to be, and they have idle, unsupervised time. And so that is happening. We're actually presenting next week to the Tri-County triage, the South County triage, so that we can have not only, because at that meeting, we had Watsonville PD, Santa Cruz, and PVPSA. Yes, was it yesterday? My stuff goes by very fast. I guess was it yesterday, Chris? This week we did meet with Prerecorded as well, to make sure that they were on board and just have that conversation regarding the Success Program pilot. And so we will bring all those people to the South County triage so that we can look at other partners in our ecosystem to see what they too can do. And so those are things that have happened just in these last 2 weeks since we established that plan. We are in conversations with next year and how we can further augment our support so that we make sure that we address dysregulation. And we see some smoothing out at most sites. We are still seeing behaviors that we definitely need to address a root cause of, because I do agree with what was mentioned in that the students are responding for a reason, right? They're acting out for a reason, and we have to make sure that we can get to that root of that so that then we can help them.
For expanding on that, I think it's good to know that we're being proactive. I'm really looking to expand not only just resources, but again, just having those interventions in place for students. Going back to the survey, I do have to agree with Trustee Shocker that it would have been great to know the reasons why that 13% disagreed or did not have a positive experience. I think when we release a survey, and this is just me speaking to just the different committees I'm involved in, and just speaking to our Spanish-speaking families, is really understanding the program, what it is, what it does, how it works. And so I'm not sure that just by throwing out a survey, they really grasp the concept of the type of work that this partnership is doing in our schools. So I don't know if it's something that can be addressed, whether it's at DLAC or just even site level meetings where they can provide just further information about how this program is working and the intent behind it, and allow that space for them to offer direct feedback. At this point in time, just because, even just other trustees have raised concerns about just the data that was brought forward, I don't feel comfortable making it a permanent decision, but I would be happy to support the continuation of a pilot program so that the concerns that were brought up tonight are addressed and we have better data to work with next time around. Even with the pilot moving forward, if that's like garner the support of the board, I do want to move forward with the recommendations under voting no, which would be to increase the safety care training for on-campus personnel, increase escalation training for campus personnel. And that's just, across the board, not just at our comprehensive high schools. I think it's, for me, it's a little too early to say no, a permanent no, but it's too early for me to say a permanent yes to this program. I think our Assistant Superintendent Shell, she just said, it's really early. We're still really in the early stages of the formation of this team, and it's really inconclusive. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Are there any other board comments? Trustee Acosta.
Thank you. So usually, Superintendent Schaus, when Assistant Superintendent Schaus, when you bring reports, not just you, I mean any staff admin member brings reports forward. You brought this forward with committee recommendations, but usually when reports are brought forward, they're brought forward with a staff recommendation, which ultimately is usually a consensus of district administration of direction. So what is that recommendation from staff and district administration at this point, coming into tonight's meeting?
Sure. So part of the task of what we did on September 15th was to create and let the committee speak to what this could look like. So in reference to that, I also want to honor it. So in going through the process, the data that you have in front of you is from that pilot team. In fairness to them, they have provided both of those pieces. I do not want to give a personal decision because I also believe from a staff standpoint in looking at the data that it really is a board decision in terms of where the data is standing. I want to make sure that I keep that in all transparency to be your decision rather than my personal opinion based on the data that I'm currently seeing. I will absolutely say that one thing that did fall out of the committee representation was that they did not want to see it continue as a pilot. There were various reasons why people reached out and indicated that they didn't want to see it as a pilot. But again, the committee did believe that a decision in either direction was a better option than continuing to move it into pilot phase. Also, just another piece of education for the board in terms of contracts. Both our mental health clinicians are district employees. That contract would be a full year if this moves through. And in addition, both WPD as well as Sheriff's Department would also be making that commitment to their staff. So leaving it in pilot phase without it being even a full year would actually be a detriment to all of those folks and the partners currently involved.
Okay, and just to clarify, I wasn't asking for your personal opinion. Again, it usually comes forward as with a staff recommendation, ultimately usually in unison with the district administration's support or recommendation one way or another. So I'm getting that clearly that's not going to be said here at this point tonight from staff or district administration. The other thing that I would put back on also what you just said about the request to not make this to be continued to be a pilot program, and I understand that having served on pilot programs, that you at some point need to move things forward one way or another or dissolve them, right? I mean, a pilot program is just that, it's a temporary thing. But to also bring back to this board to remember that any decision made by this board can be overturned by this board at another point in time. We saw that happen in September of 2021 with this decision. And not just this board as in those of us who currently sit here, but also with future boards. I mean, such as we even see here tonight, item 9.12, which was voted down at a previous meeting not that long ago, but yet now it's back on the agenda again. So just as a reference to that, and with support of that decision, I would be comfortable. I feel many of my questions have already gotten answered in your presentation, as well as questions asked by my colleagues, and I'd be willing to move forward making the motion to adopt the recommendation of yes.
I would second the motion, but I would want some notices in that motion. Can I do that? Amendments to that motion?
sorry, can the motion be restated? Did you just move something, trustee Acosta? Yeah. Could you restate it for me?
Can we bring up the yes recommendation? Maybe that will be helpful, if we could see that.
You have 2 pages of yes, so I'll leave it on the first page, and I can advance if you so choose.
Okay. So my motion is to move forward with the committee's recommendation for the yes to adopt the mental health and SRO partner model as presented by Assistant Superintendent Schouts this evening. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, so not the pilot, just to adopt the program.
Correct.
Okay.
Per the discussion.
So there's something, I'm sorry, do we need a second first? Or? Okay, because there's still some ambiguity in that, because we have 3 sites versus 2.
Yes, Kim, because there's ambiguity.
Okay, so go on, Jen Schucker.
Okay, so first, there is some ambiguity, so I want to know if I can make this amendment. 1, to have the program come up for a yearly review before the board for renewing contracts, to not have a long-term contract, so a yearly renewal. To include Pajaro Valley High School in this program, and to also include what Trustee Orozco and I were asking about. Can you bring up the no slide? So to increase safety care training for on-campus personnel, just across the board, all schools across the board. Increase de-escalation training for our schools across the board, right? And then also to make sure that we are doing the training of students with disabilities, to make sure that the SROs and our teachers and students are undergoing that restorative training. So adding those items into the motion.
Amend it.
Okay, so again, not a pilot program. This is a rolling program with the 2 joined at all 3 schools with
Adding
extra training.
These
With an
3
annual renew.
Adding these 3 items from the no list to the, yet it's still a yes to adopt, just again for clarification. And also the annual training, so, or not, I'm sorry, not the annual training, the annual review, excuse me. So when we're talking about doing that annual review, are you talking about that we look at this then in the spring of 2023? Because there was some comments that Assistant Superintendent Schouts brought up about the contracts,
No,
right? And those
contract year.
contract years go from, correct, July 1 to June 30th?
That would be a contract year. So
when would the review, would it be in the spring or would it be in July or June?
we would have to have a meeting prior to renew their contracts. So the meeting would be,
That's where I'm confused. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
maybe
we
Dr.
would want
Rodriguez
to
can
do
clarify.
it. We would want to do it in early May, so we'd want to do it in similar to this time, or we could choose April as well.
Excuse me, Dr. Rodriguez. Apologies. It is a classified position with the mental health clinician, so we actually would have to be
we would have
before
to
March
do before
15th.
March 15th. Sorry about that. Yeah, we
Of
would have to.
2023.
Of 2023, that's correct. So we'd have to do it in the first meeting in March of 2023, because they are accurate, thank you. We now have the new legislation, which we have to give notice to classified employees as well. So that would have to happen before March 15th if we were going to dissolve the program. So we would need to bring it to you the first meeting in March. And then if we were to dissolve the program, we would have to give notice to the 2 law enforcement agencies, and we would have to give notice to our staff unless we decided to assume our staff into other locations. But we would make that decision at that time.
And that would be the first meeting in March of 2023 in public session, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I am fine with those, making all those amendments, if Eva's got it.
And I appreciate that clarification because that makes me feel more comfortable. Having the annual review and, again, going back to the data collecting and having the committee in place and so forth, I think I'm more comfortable with that.
I have a couple more questions. So that's a big ticket item, 1.2 million plus. Can this district sustain that amount of money ongoing?
So
No guarantee we'll get grants. I mean, we could go after them and we'll have to start aggressively doing so, but
So the 800,000 is already in the budget as that was estimated to be the cost of ongoing, and until we heard otherwise, we did put that in the budget. So the increase would be about 400,000 ongoing. The district is deficit spending, but we also have a May revised coming out in about 4 days that should tell us, or 3 days, that should tell us quite a bit. With how the budget current stands at second interim, which is the latest approved budget, yes, it could absorb that cost.
Okay, great, because I do feel like Pajaro Valley High needs to have the same program in place if we're going to have this program at the other two schools. When the incident occurred at Aptos High, the tragedy that occurred there of the death of our student, Sheriff Hart informed the public and this board that money was no object. And I understand that the district has sustained the complete cost for the deputy that is on the Aptos High campus. Have we asked Sheriff Hart to provide any funding from his department on behalf of that position?
We haven't. It has been denied. He would not open up recruitment until we sign the contract. He is asking us to sign the contract already for next year, which of course I have not done because we are holding this meeting. But I do not anticipate that he will cost share with us. And unless the board was to say to me, okay, we won't do the program unless he cost share, I will say I don't think I have the leverage to get him to do it.
Okay, I'd like to ask again, since he made the offer. I
We'll
think
be
that's
happy
only
to have the conversation.
fair.
Sure.
And then I'm hopeful that we can go after some money through grants. I think that would be very important to offset some of the costs to us. My main concern, honestly, and it has been from the very beginning, long before the incident in Aptos High, was gun violence in schools. And although an SRO can't be in all places at all times, if an SRO can prevent any deaths at all on our campuses, then I am positively for that. In 2022, there were 55 incidents of gunfire on school grounds. That's just since January, you guys. Every day in this country, 8 children under the age of 19 die by gunshot, and 32 are shot. It's the leading cause of death. Gunshot is the leading cause of death in children and youth in this country, 3 times the amount of kids that drown. The reason I wanted the last report to come before us is because my colleagues at Natividad, who have the trauma center for our region, are concerned that we're getting more and more youth with traumatic injuries through gunshot or stabbings coming in through their trauma center. And so I wanted to hear a report from the chief about what was happening here in Watsonville, so that we could potentially help prevent that. And I'm glad to know that we are trying to do things to prevent the violence and trauma to our families and our kids here in our community. So I will support this program moving forward tonight. Thank you.
I ask a quick question, just for clarification. So, Krista, can you just remind me how many members served on this committee?
Yeah, so we were anticipating 24, and again, as I indicated, we had 1 teacher at Aptos High and 1 Aptos High community member missing as a result of no applicants in either of those areas, with 2 different pushes to elicit those.
Okay, and then just for the community and for me, to know when you asked about the support behind continuing this as a pilot program, how many said yes and how many said no?
I don't have exact figure. I will say it was 67% that said no, they did not want to continue it in a pilot phase. And then the remaining percent was given a yes, that they would consider making a recommendation to continue a pilot.
Thank you for that.
I think Trustee George.
Thank everybody who sent us emails and everybody who spoke tonight. I just want to briefly say, as a trustee and as a father to a daughter who has friends at Watsonville High School, the safety and security of Watsonville High School students, teachers, administrators, and classified workers falls on me, so I will be voting in support of this. Thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second.
Before you call for the vote, can we just have Eva go ahead back and read back, since I made the motion and it was amended, just for clarification for everyone? With the amendments, please, Eva.
While you do it, Michelle.
So it was the board vote of yes to adopt the mental health and SRO model pilot with the conditions of a yearly review, which will occur in the March of each year, include PVHS in the model, and provide increased safety training, increased de-escalation training at all sites, provide training for students around students with disability, and that was all part of the motion. I did get the part about speak with Sheriff Hart, but it wasn't part of the motion.
Part of the motion, no.
Okay. So it's an annual review and renewal, right?
And yeah, annual review and renewal in the March of each year. Beginning of March of each year, before March 15th.
And then the contract would, if we decide in March to not renew the contract, their contracts would end on June 30th, correct?
Yeah, of that year, yes. It just wouldn't happen for the following school year, yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Does that make it clear?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstaining? Motion carries 502. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm so sorry. 601. It changed again. Okay, this is item 9.2, the realignment of district office organizational structure resulting in a reduction in cost. This is a report by Dr. Michelle Rodriguez.
Yes, and thank you so much. So part of my obligation as superintendent is to look at every opportunity that we have to just redefine how we can best serve students, staff, and the community. So we do have the opportunity with the
No evidence that it's going to work. Why?
with the change in the organizational structure of the district. So Ms. Chouse, as we all know, is leaving us. And so because of that, this is an opportunity for us to look at that structure and be able to identify how can we best support the district as a whole. So the proposal that you have tonight is a cost-saving measure. It will, for example, the first year, it will save us $158,617. The following year, it will decrease because people will begin to step in column, and I'll explain that, at $117,000. The main piece of this is that people will not receive a raise in the moment, but it will allow us to systematically allow for promotion to happen. And so currently, for example, there is no fiscal benefit to move from being a middle school principal into the district office. You actually make less money and work more days. And so because of that, we have had some shifts that we've brought to the board as we've hired on people that either have principal experience or secondary experience. This would actually save that system. And so I did the org chart that you see on the screen and on your screen. What it would do is it would reduce two positions. So we have a coordinator of expanded learning opportunity, and we have an assistant superintendent position that would in essence go away. We would add one position, and that's the executive director of teaching and learning. And then we would, anything that has an asterisk would be the right sizing of the system, so that we have people who are doing the same level of work and they are at the same level. So for example, at this very moment, we have coordinators who are at a level 39, and we have coordinators that are at a level 37, but doing the same level of job. The reason why that happened is as we were bringing people with principal experience and with secondary experience, we brought it to the board as an increase for that particular position. But we didn't make the change everywhere else because we frankly didn't have the funding, and we knew that we didn't have support to spend more money on management. This will allow us to do both. It will allow us to save money on management while finally right-sizing the things that we have been talking about for 3 years, but just didn't have the capability of doing. It is, as it shows in the board docs, it is changing two positions pretty significantly, and that's the director of mathematics and the director of science. But I do want to note that no one, including them, will receive an automatic large bump. They will wind up going in at the exact same level as they would have been next year, and then they will be able to move step and column as they go, which is why over time the amount will decrease. I also do want to note, which you'll see at the bottom, the double asterisk. We do have two positions that are in the purple that are classified that we are, or three positions that we are looking to move as well to right size. But those cannot be brought forward tonight because they have to go through the Personnel Commission, but it is included in the overall savings. So meaning it's not, when we bring them to you, it's not going to be extra or less cost. It's just it's already embedded in that savings that I stated before. And so we really feel that this is a win-win because it allows us to make these shifts and at the same time save the district funding on management, and in the end do what is most important, which is have us have a more coherent K-12 system that supports children from elementary on to high school to adult ed and college. So I will take questions.
Are there any speakers to this issue?
No.
No. Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Jen Holm.
You mentioned that principals, are making more than some of the site administrators. Are you seeing people going into like district admin positions and then leaving to do like principal positions or going back to the classroom?
So our principals just aren't coming to the district office because it doesn't behoove them. They're doing more money, they're doing more work, more days, and less or same pay. Most of the time, especially if you are a secondary person, it's almost always less pay. So you just don't do it. So we don't have, we wind up having to bring in outside people or people that don't have management experience because you're just not going to want to do it.
Are you able to give me, and sorry, I had to step out for just a moment, but so if you covered this, I apologize, but can you give me a brief synopsis of like the difference in job responsibilities for like principalships and directors and coordinators and why you want to see parity in those?
Okay, well, so I said this to expanded cabinet on Monday. I have a philosophic belief, and most school districts have a progression, but I have a philosophic belief that you do a better job overseeing people that you have actually sat in their shoes and done their work. So I do believe that having been a principal is something that's really paramount if you are going to oversee principals and give principals sound advice. It's really hard to and for principals, just having been a principal myself, it's hard to listen to someone give you advice when you think you don't even know what you're talking about because you actually haven't ever been in my seat. So principals, and I think the reason why all of us that are at the district office believe this, so principals are crucial to their individual site. So their influence, their sphere of influence is that 600 students, 1,400 students, however many that it is. When you come to the district office, you now are influencing, in some cases, every single child within the system. So a coordinator and people that stayed as a coordinator, they basically are supporting 5,000 to 6,000 students with their program. And people who are directors are affecting pretty much every child within the system, so about 19,000 students. So each one has a bigger sphere of influence, and then this executive director, which will be our highest paid non-cabinet member, is going to actually be overseeing directors and coordinators, his or herself. And so the influence and frankly the pressure and the hours is different. I mean, I love being a principal, so it was probably the second best job I've had. But yeah.
And when was the last pay increase for administrators, and what was the percentage?
So just to note, this isn't actually a pay increase for anyone, so I do want to publicly remind everybody, but it was 2017, so none of us have received, including myself. I actually don't even get step and column, so I really haven't. But 2017 was the last time that we took it, which was the last time that PVFT and CSEA received it and on the salary schedule. And that was that 3% that we, or was it 1? It might have been 1, actually.
Well, that actually also answered my question about the past 5 years, because it's apparently the same question. So how do these revised pay scales compare to those of other districts?
So we still are significantly lower. So, teachers often and staff often speak to pay. We too are low in pay because as a district, we have decided that we're going to allocate significant funding towards benefits. And so that same benefit, salary and benefit combination, that total compensation is for administration as well. So for example, I'll just use me, right? So an average superintendent of our size district usually makes about $260,000, $270,000. I make $220,000. I make less than San Lorenzo Valley superintendent, and he has a fifth of our students, right? So we generally, whether it's principal or district admin or myself, we have decided that we're going to put significant preference to health and welfare.
Thank you. That was my question. Those are my questions.
Just so everybody knows, I use myself as an example, but I'm not doing any changes, so probably a bad example. But I have it off the top of my head.
Does anyone else up here have any comments or questions? Lecture, Jen Shocker.
So I just want to say that I agree that we do need some restructuring happen, and if we have some of these positions already in place, right, as you've mentioned.
We have all the positions in place except for the Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. So we're reducing one position, we're taking 2 positions and morphing it into 1.
Right.
And using the remaining savings for these other items.
Yeah, so I think, we've talked about difficulties in even hiring teachers. We haven't even talked about difficulties about hiring principals. and different staff at our high schools. And so we know that there are changes that need to be made. And I think the idea of the restructure, it eventually will help the district. So, thank you.
Trustee Roscoe?
Yeah, just really quickly. So just to clarify, so we're really not spending any additional general fund money.
No, we're
when
reducing, we're saving money.
We're saving money. Thank you. I was on the back, so I wasn't here for that part of the presentation. The restructuring and reclassification has raised a lot of questions that I received over email, especially for site administrators. So I'm assuming that we recently closed negotiations with PBFT. We're now entering negotiations with CSEA. I'm assuming that at one point in time after that, we will have the discussion for admin as well.
Yeah, we discussed this at leadership, and so we always are last, and that's how it goes. So we always settle with PVFT and CSEA before we give raises to management, and that is what it is. I will say that we would love to be able to do a complete restructure, but that was going to cost us about almost $500,000 to do the complete restructure, and we just don't have that because I figured I didn't have the support. If I do, let me know. But I figured I didn't have the support to allocate an extra $500,000 each year towards management, and so what we did, this restructure is representative of the fact that we're changing an assistant superintendent position. So we have to divvy out that work across the board, right? And so I also do believe that it just is an opportune time to make this right sizing that we have desperately needed for many, many years. Yeah, but eventually we will give the raise, but to really right size both site principals and ACs and APs, it would take another source of monies. So we'll have to come to that bridge when we have it. But I've heard loud and clear in general that we want to try to reduce management costs and not increase it, and so that second phase probably will not happen for a while until we have funding from somewhere.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions? No. Okay. I think I'm okay with this restructure. I had worked really hard to get an assistant superintendent of curriculum sitting at the table at all our meetings, so I feel a little bit sad that that's going away, but frankly, Michelle, you're doing such a good job at achievement. I mean, that was my main goal of why I wanted an assistant superintendent who was accountable to achievement, sitting here that I could look at and talk to and hear from. But we're doing such a good job at helping our kids learn in ways that I never dreamed, that I feel okay about this restructure now. So I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 6-0-1. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Item 9.3, to approve a memorandum of understanding between PVUSD and PVFT, 2021-2022 special education summer school pay rates.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, President DeSerpa, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. So before you tonight is an MOU we have between PVUSD and PVFT for summer school rates for special education teachers for this summer. As you heard earlier, the special education teachers were not included in the MOU we brought to the table a few board meetings ago, not because we don't value them and their work, but we are utilizing ELOP funds for that MOU, and it's requiring a 9-hour day, and our special education program is not doing a 9-hour day program for our students. They're doing the 4-hour. And so in light of that, we went back with the finance department and worked to see if we could find any other one-time money that we have in order to offer this MOU in front of you to give them a similar rate that the teachers are doing for the summer school that are utilizing ELOP funds. So that is the MOU we have. Before, you were utilizing some additional one-time money to offer a basically prorated version of what we brought for the 9-hour day for our special education program, which is also including a prorated signing bonus for the time that they're spending in their program. So I respectfully request that you approve the MOU as presented.
Are there any speakers to this item?
None. We do have.
Oh, we
I'm
do have one
sorry.
speaker,
I don't-
okay.
My computer, it's not working. I don't have the agenda in front of me. Yes, so Brandon, Denise.
All right. Greetings and thank you again to the board for allowing me to speak for a second time today. Big thanks for the signing bonus. That's pretty nice. But it really does have to be said that we need to stop using the COVID-19 pandemic as an excuse for the teacher shortage in this district. In my time in this district, that's all I've ever known as a crisis and a teaching shortage. You can go back in the Santa Cruz Sentinel. I found an article from 2015 today, but I'm pretty sure you can go back. So that's all I've known in this district, and it really feels like because there's an unwillingness to pay a living wage. And I think that the tactic of using COVID as an excuse is purposeful, and it's intended to hide that reality from the public, and I don't think that's fair. I would encourage you to read the reporting that's done by NPR recently. I'm sure you've heard about it, but I can forward it as well, about what Hawaii is doing to address their teaching shortage for special education teachers. By paying their special education teachers more than their general education colleagues, that state cut their vacancies in special education from 30%. So think about that, 1 in 3 classrooms not staffed by a special education teacher. They cut that down from 30 to 15. Reducing those vacancies by half at a cost of $10,000 per teacher, which for their budget was about 1% of their total budget. In this district, instead of prioritizing our teachers and our special education teachers making a fair living wage, we're subsidizing law enforcement. So go figure. Wish Jim Hart would actually foot his own bill. But special education teachers, we're highly trained and we're specialized, and we deserve to be fairly compensated for the work that we do. We can pat ourselves on the back and take victory laps all we want, but paying your summer school special education teachers their hourly rate, to me, that's not really worthy of a victory lap. Like, the reason is because the PVFT pushed back on the offer to pay us a supplemental wage. So we're here because the original offer was to pay us less than what we make per hour, and it's kind of time to stop saying that you appreciate us and start showing us that you appreciate us. Thank you kindly.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any questions from the board? Comments? Jen?
Just a quick comment that I appreciated the folks who reached out, via in person and text and email and phone calls. And I appreciated, when I followed up with the superintendent and that the district and PVFT were able to work out an agreement. So I appreciate the collaboration on that. So thank you.
Jen Shocker.
Thank you. Just want to say thank you to all of our special education teachers. I know it's a hard job. I've visited the special education classrooms, and you do a lot of extra work, that is for sure. So I am happy to support this MOU, and I will make a motion to approve.
A second.
Sorry.
You can have
You
the
can
second.
take it.
That was Maria Roscoe that did the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 601. Next up is item 9.4, approve the memorandum of understanding between PVUSD and PVFT. 2022-23 expanded learning pay rate.
Point of order, Trustee DeSerpa, or President DeSerpa, I'd like to move to extend the meeting to 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-1. 1. Did I get it right?
5.
Oh, right, because there's 6 now. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is item 9.4. Allison Nizawa will be presenting.
Yes, sorry.
If she could
Choking on
talk.
my soda. Yes, thank you, President DeSerpa, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. We have an MOU, again, in front of you tonight for next school year. So currently, when our teachers work in the after-school program, they are paid their supplemental rate. And to incentivize them and to retain and also promote our highly qualified teachers to work in our after-school program and provide a 9-hour day to our students, we want to incentivize them with a different pay rate for next year using the ELOP funds. So it's the exact same rate we're doing for summer, as if you recall from the last MOU we presented. And so we'd like to extend that additional rate for the additional hours outside of their workday for the following school year. So sorry. I please recommend the MOU and request that you approve it.
None.
Any questions from the board?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 601. Thank you. Item 9.5, Memorandum of Understanding between CSEA and PVUSD for 2021-2022 Summer School Signing Bonus.
Yes, thank you, President DeSerpa, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. We have a signing bonus for our classified staff. We brought one forward again for our certificated. We definitely want to honor the hard work of our classified employees. We worked with CSEA to develop this MOU, and so we will be providing or offering a signing bonus for summer school for our classified employees as well this summer. So I recommend that you approve this MOU as well.
Any speakers?
None.
Any questions from the board?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 601. Thank you. This is item 9.6, Memorandum of Understanding between CSEA and PVUSD, inclusion of occupational therapists and physical therapists into the CSEA Chapter 132 bargaining unit.
Yes, thank you again, President DeSerpa, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. We have an MOU for you tonight to approve adding our physical therapists and occupational therapists into the CSEA bargaining unit. Currently, they are under the professional services, and they have, petitioned to be a part of the union. And so we worked it out, this MOU with CSEA, on how they would basically fall under the bargaining contract. So they have their own salary schedule, all of the details about their hire dates, longevity, and whatnot outlined in the MOU. So we were able to work collaboratively with Chapter 132 CSEA to develop this MOU and bring those unit members, or bring those employees into the unit. So I recommend you approve this MOU tonight as well.
Are there any speakers?
None.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Jen Holm goes first.
Just a quick comment. It's, coming from a long, union member background, I'm always happy to see increased union membership.
Jen Chalker.
So by falling under the CSEA union, they'll be in the notice for the March 15th, right? Will that be true? Will we have to revise contracts?
So the March 15th notice is new statute for classified employees regardless. So even professional services, what have you, if they're basically not certificated, they're classified.
Okay.
So that's not necessarily a contract, it's ed code.
Okay. So it's great to see that they have moved to union membership and can get some representation, and I will approve and make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
And I have, are there any questions down on the far end of the table? No? Typically, when you have professionals come into a union, that would include speech and even social work, sorry, not social work, but the behavioral health in general. I'm wondering, they're certificated. Okay, great, sorry. Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 601. Thank you. Item 9.7, a memorandum of understanding between PVFT, PVUSD for voluntary coaching support for interns and teachers with short-term teaching permits, variable term waivers, and provisional intern permits.
Yes, thank you, President DeSerpa, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rodriguez. So this is an MOU we've had with PVFT for a few years now, and as you heard earlier, it's to support our teachers on waivers, emergency credentials, or those that haven't completed a credential program, but it's also for our interns who are currently in a program, and oftentimes part of their requirements as an intern is to have a mentor. And so this allows us to pay our current employees a mentor stipend in order to support these individuals who do not qualify for new teacher project induction because they don't have a clear credential. So it's a great opportunity for us to utilize our expertise in the district to support our new to the profession, aspiring to be in the profession employees, and giving them another resource in order to be successful and stay in the profession and with the district. So this is an MOU that we're just renewing. We have a few that you'll be seeing in the next few board meetings that we'll be renewing with PVFT, and this is one of those that we've been working on to get renewed. So I request that you please approve this MOU.
Are there any speakers? Okay, no speakers. Any questions from the board?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 601. Thank you. That's great news. Item 9.8, new course proposal, Plant and Soil Science, CTE Pathway. Report by Julie Edwards.
Good evening, Board President DeSerpa, Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez, and Board Trustees. Tonight I'm presenting for your consideration 2 new CTE courses to be offered in the upcoming school year at Renaissance High School. In the CTE pathway, Plant and Soil Science, which will be a new pathway that will add to our, we'll have 27 instead of 26 pathways. We're proposing the approval of Plant and Soil Biology 1 and Plant and Soil Science 2 to complete a pathway. Both are UC CSUD science courses. The biology supports the site's need for students who are recovering credit in biology. And Plant and Soil Science 2 is also addressing physical science credit recovery. And it's an exciting new pathway. We're going to be looking for a new agriculture teacher for Renaissance High School, so we'll be ready to offer that with the board's approval.
Great. Are there any speakers to this item?
None.
No. Any questions from the board? Jen Holm.
A comment. I'm so excited, by what you and your team are building with the CTE program. I was having a conversation with my daughter, who's 21. She graduated 4 years ago. And she was asking me what I love about being on a school board, and I talked about the increase in arts, and I also talked a lot about the CTE programs. And I was telling her, well, here's what we're doing, here's the different pathways, and she's like, wow, that sounds really cool. I wish I could have had some of that. And it's like, I'm excited that my youngest child has access to that, and that all of our students going forward have it. So thank you for the work.
You're welcome. It's great fun, and it's wonderful to see our program flourishing. So thank you.
Hey.
Yeah, I had a comment. I just wanted to add to that too, Julie. I just think this is really great, and particularly for this with agriculture, given that this is the leading industry in our region. It's the leading industry in the state. So I am really happy that we are seeing this as one of these pathways in the career technical education program here in our community for our students and for the members of our community to benefit from our students and what they're gaining in knowledge. So thank you for that. This is great. I agree. I'm excited about it. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Jen Shocker. We need a second first.
I'll second.
Okay, Jen Holmes seconds. Jen Shocker.
Oh, can you tell me just a little bit more, Julie? Like, will they be studying hydroponics and that as well as with the plant and soil science, or is that at the Watsonville High School?
Hydroponics would definitely be a part of a plant and soil science pathway. The courses that we have submitted and that are approved are flexible, so when the new teacher comes, we'll be working together to figure out what specific kinds of experiences the students will be having, leveraging the site resources as well. There's a garden, there's a greenhouse that is being improved, so there's a lot of opportunity there for someone to build a program based on a really solid foundation in the course. So,
thank you for answering that question. I've
Yeah.
had a lot of students who are interested in agriculture. I've started asking and looking at hydroponics because it's kind of the wave of the future. So thank you for making that a part of this pathway. And I'm still waiting for that marine biology one.
Okay, first and second, right? We have a first and a second, right? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 601. Thank you.
thank you very much.
Yeah, don't sit down yet. 9.9, PVUSD articulation agreement with California Home Building Foundation.
This is a fun one. Good evening, Board President DeSerpa, Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez, and Board Trustees. Tonight, I am also sharing an exciting new partnership to support our PVUSD CTE Building and Construction Trades Pathway. We have Building and Construction Trades Pathways at Aptos High and Watsonville High. And these are just some pictures that you can see of students in action, working with power tools, building a shed. Here, this one is at Watsonville High, both have the teacher in there. And kids are super engaged, and as you know, from the update a few meetings ago, we're embarking on a tiny home project. And as a result of that, we've been talking for almost a year with the California Home Building Foundation, which is the philanthropic educational support arm of a much larger organization. And they do outreach to school districts. They provide curriculum and all kinds of things. And we crafted a kind of a unique first-time relationship with them. We have great courses that we're really proud of. Our teachers have written them. They are standards aligned. They are A through G. And they normally like to bring their courses and have school districts use their courses. But I worked with them and our teachers to align our courses and show them that our courses reflect their content, and they agreed to partner with us in an articulation fashion. And this is a $0 relationship in terms of the costing the district. But as you can see here, this list of benefits to us, it gives us access to a robust, diverse network of mentors in all different trades, professional development opportunities for our teachers, all without charge, discounted materials which will help us with the tiny home projects. They have big contracts with large suppliers, so we can take advantage of those relationships when we're starting to purchase large amounts of material. They're providing a $5,000 grant per school over 2 years for tools and materials for each program. They're going to pay for all of our students to certify in OSHA 10, which is one of the safety certifications. Currently, we're paying for that for our students, so that they fund that. They will provide internship opportunities for our students and scholarships for our students. And for students who are wanting to go to work right out of high school, they have a Work Ready grant program that provides money for students to buy gear, basically toolbox, safety equipment, all kinds of things. So it's a tremendous, I think, opportunity for us to partner with them. And Sylvestra, I don't know about the video. I had a little, here it is. Okay, so this is the person that we've been working with.
Hi everyone, my name is Jill Herman. I am the Program Director for the Building Industry Technology Academy, and we are so excited to have you join our BITA network and look forward to bringing industry to your students and your instructors and all the wonderful resources we can provide to get these kids excited about the construction industry. Thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you.
That's Jill Herman. She's the executive director that we worked with to come to this agreement, and I put it before you for your consideration. And happy to answer any questions.
Are there any speakers?
No speakers to this item.
Okay, and questions from the board?
It's an exciting partnership, and I'm in full support of it, so I'll make a motion to approve this item tonight.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Great, the motion carries 601.
Thank you very much.
Next up is item 9.10, high school chemistry adoption recommendation.
All right, thank you. Good evening, President DeSerpa, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. February 24th, 2021, our science coordinator, Michael Russo, gave a report before you to give a science update. And in that science update, he indicated that this is the year that we were going to pilot the chemistry textbook for adoption. And that is what we've done this year. The last textbook adoption for chemistry happened 15 years ago. And so noted above is the timeline. And this started this past October. There were 4 textbooks that were pre-screened. 2 of the textbooks, HMH and STEM Scopes, were the 2 that were chosen by the committee to pilot. And during the pilot, there were flexible meeting times. We utilized Wednesday afternoons as much as possible due to the sub shortages. Anytime that went over the teacher workday, it was paid supplemental pay for the teachers. And all pilot teachers, what we did is at a school site, they would pilot the same materials at the same time to allow for collaboration. And then the pilot recommendation, the team recommendation happened at the end of April. And then we're here today to present the recommendation. So we want to recognize the Chem Adoption Team teachers for their leadership, commitment, professionalism, and perseverance. It was arduous work, a lot of hours that were put into it in terms of looking at the materials, in terms of making sure that we're doing what's right for students, and then also ultimately the decision as to which textbook would go up for recommendation. There were 6 teachers involved in the process. There are 12 teachers that teach chemistry, so this is 50% of the teachers. 3 at Watsonville High School, 2 at Aptos High, and 1 at PV High. The committee was open up to all chemistry teachers and who wanted to participate. We collected data from over 200 students in 6 focal classes to learn what students liked about each of the textbooks. And then we use the TIME, which is the Toolkit for Instructional Material Evaluation, to evaluate the textbooks as it aligns with the NGSS standards. So this is just a picture of the 2 textbooks that were chosen for the piloting. It's the HMH, the Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, and the STEM Scopes. And the STEM Scopes is chemistry in the Earth systems, and then if you notice, the HMH was also chemistry within the Earth systems. So the lens that we used for the materials adoption, it was focusing on the science and engineering practices. looking at student discourse, how much within the textbook does it allow for students to collaborate with each other and allow for that student academic discourse. Make sure that it's multicultural, bilingual resources, environmental literacy, so looking at to make sure that we are aligning with the environmental literacy as we need to move forward. Ability to incorporate local phenomena, and then support for differentiation, scaffolding, and strong technology integration. So with our last textbook adoption that we have, we did not have the online resources, so now also with the online resources. The time toolkit, the components that were analyzed from both programs were how well the instructional material supported student learning, teacher supports, including the use of science phenomena, and drive the NGSS three-dimensional learning coherence, and supports to monitor student progress, so how our students are doing along the way. Some of the strengths of the STEM scopes, NGSS aligned, it was also incorporates the earth and space science, which is part of our three-course model, where the earth and space science needs to be integrated throughout the biology, chemistry, and then physics, and so this nicely aligns with that. 5E lesson plan, format, which is the engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. So every single lesson throughout the book has this same format, this teacher lesson format, and it was user-friendly. The STEM Scopes was the textbook that the teachers ultimately chose, and I'll show that data. It also aligned with our science vision, which is to engage all students in NGSS scientific and engineering experiences that allow them to articulate their questions and refine their explanations about phenomena of the world around them, and to question our uses of our different environmental practices to better make our world a better place in the future for future generations. I just wanted to add that. And with the teacher recommendation, the chemistry adoption team recommends that the PVUSD school board approve STEM Scopes, Chemistry and the Earth Systems as the new high school chemistry adoption beginning in the fall 2022 for the 2022-23 school year and beyond. How it looked, wait. I did something. It's slide, I believe, 10, the very last slide, so we can look at, yes. So if we look at the top chart, that's the STEM Scopes, and this is the one that that teachers, when we voted, when we went into voting, this is what they had to say. The yellow is I have concerns and cannot support moving forward with the textbook. The red is I can support it and I'm willing to go along with the team decision. Blue is strongly agree with this program. And the green is I abstain. We had one abstention, and this is with one of the teachers that won't be with us next year that has chosen to move on, so abstained. For HMH, and if you look at it, 66.7% of the teachers of the six strongly agreed, and then another 16.7. So out of the six, we had 5 of them saying that they will go along with it, with the one abstention, which is the teacher that's not with us. For the HMH, we did have some teachers that had concerns with the textbook, and so with that, staff is making the recommendation to approve the STEM Scopes textbook adoption for the next 8 years in chemistry at our high school level.
We have no speakers to this item.
Okay, no speakers. Any comments or questions? Board?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, I'll second. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 601. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to all the chem teachers that participated. Item 9.11, Nucella Social Studies Collection. Report by Claudia.
Yeah, good evening, President DeSerpa, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. As a reminder, my name is Claudia Mojaraz. I'm the Director for Language Arts, History, and Ethnic Studies. And tonight, I'm coming to talk to you about Newsella and a portion of their platform that's around social studies. So just to give you a little bit of information about Newsella, we currently have a contract with them that allows us access to the language arts and the SEL piece. And this platform does have text that addresses all of these areas here in terms of being authentic, accessible, aligned. They are constantly updated, and they are get visibility into usage and student performance with built-in activities. So there is an accountability level within it. You can see on this slide here, there are a list of organizations that Newsela does partner with in terms of pulling their text in. So you can see that there's a lot of very good resources there that have been, that are vetted. And I know this one's really small, but it does also highlight that there are over 20 genres that are across a range of topics and formats. Sorry, I'm really dry tonight. And which is really good because it offers both our teachers and our students a wide range of resources to be able to support not only the teaching, but students' range of interest levels for reading. There are also access to videos and multimedia, such as infographics. And along with these pieces, there are collections, they call them collections, which is groups of texts and videos and such, that support our adopted programs, such as Benchmark at the elementary level and My Perspectives at the middle school level. Just to share with you some data highlights of where we are with usage with Newsela right now. We have 540 active teachers who have accessed Newsela platform this year. Out of those teachers, they've created 3,833 classes, an average of 39 article views per active student, and we have over 8,000 active students using this platform. Article views by subject area. Now you'll notice that there is a Newsela social studies in there. We do have limited access to social studies text within the platform, but what we're asking for is access to the entire piece. And you can see based on the numbers here that the social studies piece is the secondly most accessed piece by, or viewed piece by our teachers. Usage highlights, so we have teacher usage, number of classes created, that number there is the same as before. Number of assignments that are being created, it's 2,584. That number shows the amount that's accessed on the online portion of the program. That does not include other touch points with it in terms of teachers accessing and then printing out the materials for student access. Student usage highlights, number of articles viewed. These numbers are a little bit different than the one before because I asked them to give us the most current as I could up to this date. And then student annotations created. We have over 10,000 student annotations created, which is an increase from prior years. It's one of those pieces that we've really encouraged folks to be using within the program, within the platform. I wanted to show you what usage has looked like over the last 3 years. So you see the 1920 school year, that was the year we ended up having to go out in March. But you can kind of see there active number of teachers, active students, and then the average articles per active student being used at that time. During distance learning, we had more teachers access it. We had less active students and less articles viewed. Ironically, because it is an online platform. However, now that we are back in the 21-22 school year, we have almost reached, we're just a hair under what our numbers were in the 1920 school year, which shows us that teachers are getting back into using it again. And it is being used as supplemental in a lot of our classes. I wanted to show some school highlights in terms of usage. So Watsonville High actually has the highest number in our district for active teacher days, number of active students, and number of student annotations. And EA Hall has the highest number of active student days. So it is being accessed more. In general, it is being accessed more at our secondary level than it is at our elementary, but we are using it definitely 2nd through 12th. So whenever we have something accessible to teachers, we always want to make sure that we are providing professional development. One of the advantages to this platform is they do have a wide range of options available within it. So I just tried to list here what are some of the things that they offer that comes with our contract with them. And then we also would be providing additional pieces on top of that. Hiccup. The other thing that I've worked with them this year on trying to build out so that we can put that into place beginning next year, and it took a little bit to get going, but we got it. We now have an admin guide, teacher guide, and substitute guide. One of the reasons that I'd like to have this more accessible, particularly in high school around the social studies piece, is to help support particularly department chairs or any of our other teachers that are having to help create lesson plans for teacher vacancies or when teachers are out. So having that substitute guide and the admin guide, it actually allows, it's a really quick, easy directions for our subs to be able to get in and access collections, even without having to have the whole big, gigantic access that our contracted staff have, our general ed staff. The plan is for us to be able, at the district level, we would be continuing to build out collections that teachers could easily access and then assign to students, use them as substitute plans. And because this is actual rigorous work for students, the teachers would be able to continue with that type of work even if they're not in the classroom. So, with that, we're requesting/recommending purchasing the social studies collection in Newsella.
Any speakers to this item? None. Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries 601. Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you.
Item 9.12, approve the FastBridge contract with Sabres, a social, academic, and emotional behavioral risk screener for K through 2nd.
Good evening, President De Serpa, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rodriguez. Behavior pilot known as SABRES, and alongside with me tonight, I bring the expertise of our administrator of social behavioral intensified programs, Ms. Heather Morin. And tonight, we will not only present and ask for approval of a pilot this upcoming fall, but we will also provide clarity around the pilot and also emphasize the importance of implementing a universal screening assessment tool for social, emotional, behavioral support for our students.
So I just wanted to start by answering a question you guys might have about why. Why are we doing this to begin with? What is the purpose of a universal screener? And as noted on this slide, we have many students who are experiencing social, emotional, behavioral challenges to the extent that 1 in 5 are so much to the point where they would actually meet diagnostic criteria for a psychological disorder. And we know that without early treatment, these often become bigger issues, but many of these individuals don't end up seeking those resources for various reasons. And one of these is for missing that early detection. So this makes our schools ultimately supporting these students, but not with the information early on. And we have a mounting evidence base that shows us that schools are actually a very well-suited framework to be able to support these students if we have these 4 critical aspects in place for these students. And we've been working on a lot of these things through positive behavior intervention and supports with the systematic implementation of that through ongoing training and coaching, as well as teaching social emotional competencies through our restorative start, utilizing Sanford Harmony and Sown to Grow. And we've been providing early intervention through the MTSS framework. One critical piece that we're still needing to add to this is collecting data that is valid indicators. And this is the piece that is different about a universal screener than how we interact with students on a daily basis. Similar to when you might take your kid to a pediatrician visit. And yes, you converse with your doctor, of course, every parent does that, and ask the questions that are the first thing on their mind. However, there's questions in those screeners that bring forth things that you may not otherwise think to bring up with your doctor or at the dentist or all these different kinds of settings that you can think of as an analogy. And that is the purpose of this as well, not to take away from those conversations and interactions, because those also have an important quality, but to bring forth concerns early and things that may not otherwise come up in just those natural conversations.
And you might be asking, why SABRS? So the SABRS assessment not only focuses on being able to identify the negative behaviors that we need to be able to go in just in time and support, but it also identifies indicators of resilience and well-being also, which teachers and educators and staff can also support and lift our students up with knowing that information also. And again, as we're thinking about multi-tiered systems of support and universal screeners, there's 3 characteristics of effective universal screeners. First of all, it needs to be brief and quick. Second, it needs to be reliable and valid. And third, it needs to be able to be used in an actionable way to support our students. And so again, you probably recognize this picture, these images, and SABRS is divided into 3 domains: the social behavioral piece, the academic behavioral domain, and the emotional behavioral piece of it. And so it is brief. It's 19 quick questions, and it's divided up almost evenly across the domains.
So I touched on this a little bit, but why are they necessary? And it really comes back to that piece of the early identification. We know that if we can see signs as they're emerging, we can implement interventions sooner, and we see much more positive outcomes than waiting for it to get so bad based on office discipline referrals and then trying to respond at that point. Also, it's part of our federal policy that we're doing ongoing monitoring of all of our students. And it helps us to, like Casey said, not only look at the areas of difficulty, but those factors of resiliency and well-being, because any really solid intervention is built not only on the areas of concern, but also on the areas of strength, so that we can go with traction and be able to support the student where they're also showing us that they have some skills developed already. So when we're looking at universal screeners, because there are other universal screeners out there, there's some key features that we look at. And that includes that we are doing that 2-prong approach that I was just talking about, of both looking at the social emotional behaviors, but also looking at the factors of well-being, and that it's aligned to your tiered system. So it wouldn't make sense to do a screener that doesn't feed into a system that you already have implemented, but this aligns to our MTSS structure that we have in place by the different buckets that Casey was talking about that it falls into, and then also the indicated interventions based off of those buckets. And it allows us to take information that is practical, easy to infer, and then really easy to apply by telling us what interventions are indicated. The psychometrically defensible statement there is important because, again, while we have conversations that are important and have a quality to them with students every day, this is a measure that allows us to look at data validly and gives us accurate information based on an objective way to look at it compared to other kids across the nation who are the same age, grade, et cetera.
And so just on back of what Heather was stating too, if we're thinking about the distribution of discipline referrals also, we definitely need that tool. We could see tonight with other data points that we have subgroups of students that are receiving more than their share of those referrals, right? And so this allows us to be able to provide early intervention support with our students early on. And so when we're talking about the pilot for fall, it's going to take about 1.4 5 minutes to administer, and the teacher does this outside of being with students. It also, we will be able to use our Illuminate system to look at the data. It links directly to the curriculum and supports that we already have in our district, and it will be, we will have 6 of our sites that will be able to do that opt-in model, right, with our kinder through 2nd grade teachers and students at the 6 sites that are up there: Amesti, Freedom, Minty White, Radcliffe, Rio Del Mar, and Starlight. And so we would be shifting that pilot to the fall of 2022. So as you're thinking about this assessment, once again, right, it's brief, it's 19 questions, and they involve all 3 of those domains. So some of those questions that are asked in the survey revolve around arguing and that social piece, that social domain. Academic, it's really about those interests. We know that it's really important to make sure our students are interested in things at school, and that we really emphasize that and support them in finding those interests. And then again, finding those internalizing behaviors too, those emotional ones, where sometimes we don't catch it when they're sad or they're fearful. They're not always acting out, and we have to be able to identify those. So as we're thinking about how does SABRE support our students, we're thinking, okay, first of all, it's going to provide us the information early on to meet those unmet needs of our students. Second, it's going to give us that important data, not only for need, but of resiliency. Then it's going to help us link the right supports for them, part of our MTSS process. And again, it's providing the equitable data, right, for access to MTSS across our subgroups and populations of students. And then again, there's that image up there of how it is broken up into social, academic, and emotional behaviors. And then again, you're seeing on the left those externalizing behaviors, right, that you see when students might be acting out, and it's really easy to be able to see those behaviors. But then over there, some of those internalizing ones, which often are invisible, and they go on and on and on and perpetuate, right? And so with that said, staff is requesting an approval for your approval for a fall 2022 pilot of SABRES as our universal screener for social emotional behavior.
I have no speakers to this item.
Okay, are there any comments or questions from the board? Jen Shocker?
Thank you, Casey, for answering those questions. So 6 schools, it's going to be a voluntary basis with the teachers. How are we going to decide if this is worth expanding after the pilot's over? So what do you have in place to see if it's working?
Yes. So first of all, we will be looking at those sites. Why it's always nice to do a pilot to scale is we are able to support those sites with professional development to really be able to utilize the data. It's not worth our time if we're going to implement something and then we're not going to use it with fidelity. So we will make sure that we are checking in and providing that PD. We will also be giving them that support and checking in with the teachers along the way. We will be using empathy surveys and tapping into how the teachers are feeling with it. We will be monitoring discipline referrals through our PBIS process, where we do enter those into synergy, and we are able to look at that data, because we really want to be able to match, again, going back to those office discipline referrals, we want to be able to provide the supports. We also want to be providing, we want to stop suspensions and expulsions and be able to provide the much needed supports that our students need.
How long do you think we're going to have this program? Because I didn't hear a number.
So it is a pilot, so we are starting it off. When we do a pilot to scale, we start off small, we try to measure the impact and see if it's working. So it's starting off at those 6 schools in an opt-in model, and we are going to be piloting it.
But then what happens if we decide that we don't want to keep this program anymore? What happens to the kids that are deemed, have issues? Do we just keep pushing them along, or are we continuing services after that?
Good question. So if when we're doing a pilot, we want to see, okay, first of all, if we believe that we really need this screening assessment, right, we're going to work out the kinks and see, is it not a right fit for us, and there's another more effective screening tool that we need to try out, or is it something that we're not doing along the way that we need to change, whether it's the PD or the support or how we're measuring that impact. So our goal is to be able to provide support for our students and identify them early so we can provide the intervention.
So for example, these kids, that we know that deemed, but we still decide to give her the program, are we still going to funnel those kids into like social emotional counselors, or we just say, hey?
So I think what it will add to is that MTSS structure we were talking about. So this will be an additional data piece that the idea is we'd be able to get in earlier with those students instead of just relying on the office discipline referral. So those students who've been through that screener will then know that information about, and if they've been identified as students who would benefit from tier 2 interventions, they won't then just be lost because we won't have the screener anymore, because we would be providing an intervention and seeing how they're responding to that intervention by doing progress monitoring. Where the risk would be if it went away is that the next year, then we wouldn't have that same screening tool. So then we would be back to looking at our previous data sources without a universal screener.
And my other question is this the exact same presentation as last time, or did you guys go back and alter things?
That was a great question. We were listening and taking notes, and we wanted to make sure we did some revisions to it. As you can see, we have an opt-in model, and we are starting it in fall and instead of spring. And then we were going into fall full throttle, and so we've made those revisions. And then we've also tried to make sure that we painted like I said, clarified really what the pilot looked like, and then second, make sure that we're providing really a clear picture of the importance of why we need this screening tool like this for our students.
Thank you.
Trustee Acosta?
So one of my questions that I had was exactly that, and seeing this on the agenda when it was just so recently voted down by this board and having it brought back so soon. And so you're basically saying those are the 2 revisions that were made, and that's why it's being brought back to the board?
As is Brown Act protocol, when one of the dissenting board members requests for its replacement on the agenda, that's what happened. So Trustee Shocker requested that it would be placed on the agenda. It was taken to agenda setting committee, and it was therefore brought back. And so we followed Brown Act requirements, which requires a dissenting board member to request the reconsideration of the item.
Okay, thank you for the clarification of that.
So Casey, originally my concern when you brought this back was there was a different cost factored in, so that's been taken out and we're doing, and then I felt like we were rushing to pilot it in the spring, and then it wasn't clear with the opt-in model. So once those questions and those concerns are addressed, this new report reflects those concerns and address those concerns. I think it was a $17,000 cost last time, and now it's a $3,500 cost, correct?
Correct. 34.
34, okay. Thank you.
Trustee Roscoe?
I was in support of it last time, and I'm in support of it this time around. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
Okay, great. We have a first and a second. I have some questions for you. So in general, teachers know their classes, know their kids extremely well, and they know what kids are struggling or having issues or problems. Like, why do we need this screening if the teachers already know the kids that potentially should receive services?
That's a really good question. So, kind of like I was using with the analogy of a doctor, obviously you know your child really well, but there might be some things on that screener that you haven't thought of prior to going to your 3-month-old checkup or something like that. So it brings forth questions that each teacher may or may not be thinking of and add some consistency so that we're looking at the same types of indicators that we know tell us that there's something that's emerging with those social emotional concerns.
So here's the other question. Once a teacher uses this 5 times, they're going to know what those indicators are. So why would they have to use all 19 questions when they already know them by heart and they can apply them across the board?
Yeah, so there's the individual items, and then they also load into those composites that we were talking about. So they might see different indicators that are popping up, but it'll be that total score that really says, something's kind of happening here in this composite area, and gives them a guide. That's why I say in that practical application piece of, if I'm seeing these areas around social, that's going to then tell me I really need to pursue some specific social intervention, be that a social skills group, specific prompts within the classroom, something like that. So it brings forth one composite area as opposed to just thinking about individual things that I think help us to drive that intervention. And that data can also help our teams at our sites, our support teams, to be able to look at that information instead of receiving anecdotal data only from the individuals who have the students.
So I have a couple more comments. Everybody has bias.
Right.
Everyone does.
Yes.
Right? So this is just really a subjective screening that a teacher would use. I know you're supposed to be objective, but you're not going to be. When my kids were growing up, there was one teacher at our school that didn't like boys, and she was really mean to boys in her class. Everyone knew it. Every boy mom didn't want our kid in that class, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw what happened to those kids. So I do worry about the bias in any given teacher, because kids are neurodiverse, right? So I have 2 kids. One is very easy, resilient, tolerant, flexible. The other one is super smart, very anxious, and gets angry very easily. He could easily be identified as a kid that might need extra support, right? Both his parents are mental health professionals, a psychologist and a clinical social worker.
Yeah.
Right? We know how to help our own child. So I'm just worried about kids that have differences, and those differences might be perceived as a problem or an issue or something to be intervened on. Okay, so I worry about that. The other thing that I worry about is, and I don't know how it is now, so maybe the superintendent or maybe Heather Gorman could comment on this, but kids who were identified who needed help would often wait for months to be assessed in this district. We start identifying scores of kids who may or may not need help. How are we going to do intervention?
Question.
Right? I understand the tiers, and you don't need to go into tier 1, tier 2, but I just am worried that suddenly we have all these kids that are going to need supposed assistance. They're identified. We can't help them because we don't have the staff.
Yeah.
We don't. And we can't afford it. So what's the plan?
Great. So I'm going to take those one by one. So the first one that you addressed regarding bias, I think one nice feature of this tool is that it not only just gives individual student scores, but you can see a whole class together. So for that piece of bias, your example of the boys and having a bias towards boys, that when we look at that whole class data, we're going to see that there's a bias towards that. And so we can account for that when we're looking at the data and supporting the teacher and interpreting the data. So that is going to be a conversation that we're having of, it looks like, these 8 boys in your class are all up here. And we're looking at that compared to that classroom. not just each individual child. So that what that would tell us, to kind of go to your intervention question, is that class might actually benefit from Tier 1 support, where we would go in and we would support that teacher in implementing some of those critical core components of a classroom that we know can support students with neurodiversity.
But who would do that? Who are the actual people that are going to go in there and support that classroom?
Yeah, so good question. So this year, the method that we've been using is supporting the site principals who have identified a PBIS lead on their site, and we've been doing training and supporting with them on those essential components of Tier 1. So we developed something called a Tier 1 self-reflection inventory that was provided to the teachers, and also they were provided support on understanding that and using it as a reflection tool of the critical components of a trauma-informed classroom, one that accounts for different learning needs, all of those different things, so that the teacher can use that as a tool to reflect on their own learning environment. Tier 2 interventions are kind of a separate thing from that, and that's the resource question that you brought up. And that's a process that Casey has been taking the lead on in terms of MTSS development, so he can speak more to how that's looking for how students are being supported with those resources. And then also you brought up the issue around targeting, well, you didn't say targeting, but only seeing students for the bad aspect of their behaviors. And that's, again, one of the reasons why we really liked this tool, because it not only identifies that, but it also identifies the strengths and the skills that they have that we can build on to support them to have an intervention that works for them, not because they have something wrong, but because we have this area that they can use support in. So we want to build on those strengths and resiliencies.
Sometimes when we have kids like this that we identify, they end up getting pulled out of the classroom and miss very important instructional minutes, and I would hate to see that happen, honestly.
Yeah, do you want to speak to the MTSS piece with that? And
Yeah, so it goes back to Tier 1. We want to make sure that if Tier 1's established in the classroom, that we're not pulling out. And so as we're talking about whether it's behavioral, that sometimes we're supporting inside the classroom with those students, we're doing something called distributed practices with literacy and math right now, and being able to use our intervention teachers or a resource and give our students sometimes that support within the classroom also. And so that might be an option. Social skills group, working with a group of students. So there's different things also. We have a check-in and check-out, which is a Tier 2, which actually does not happen inside the classroom. It's happening where they have a teacher they're checking in with, an adult on campus that checks in with the student on a daily basis before and after school, and we monitor how their goals for the day. So things that are actually supporting around the student, as opposed to trying to pull them out of the classroom where they're missing their instruction. We do everything we can to keep them in the classroom.
Okay.
I do want to add something, though.
Yes.
So as you're thinking about our comprehensive system,
Yes.
right? And so we're saying sometimes we know our students, and I was a teacher for a long time, and
Yeah.
we think we know them, but that's why when you're thinking about how we have Sown to Grow and students are writing reflections, and I get to see them, I know our other teammates see them too, so we can actually, and our teachers can step in, and they might not know this is happening, but a student actually shares it with us. Or we're picking up a gaggle alert in the middle of the night, and we're able to respond, right? Or we have a Stop It app that's telling us something that adults didn't know what was going on. So this is just one part of that MTSS comprehensive plan to support our students' health.
Okay. Well, I think you've answered a lot of my questions. I'm sorry, Danny, do you have something?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Those were a lot of great questions. Even when I was going to Minty Y, or even recently when I stopped by to visit schools, exactly like you said, kids getting pulled out and having to read in the hallway, I think that was a great point. I know this is just like a pilot program, but do we have a time frame of when to expect any type of results to say, hey, this is working, hey, it's not working, this is why it's working, or this is why it's not working? How do we gauge if it's working or not? That's my question.
So that will be taking place next year, throughout the year, like we normally do with our pilots. And we will be doing regular check-ins. We will have a timeline and dates and with the PD and those check-ins.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, well, you've answered the questions that I've had to my satisfaction. I'm on the fence about it, but I will support tonight as a pilot, and I hope that it does good things for kids. So we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Danny, did you have an aye vote? Yes. Okay, so motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Get back to the right screen. Okay, next up, we have our consent agenda. And I would just like, before we vote on the consent agenda, to just acknowledge the donation from the Watsonville Cadillac Buick and GMC for the athletic program at Watsonville High. They gave $10,000 to our athletic program, so thank you so much. I'm looking for a motion to approve.
Trustee DeSerpa, I would like to quickly pull agenda item 10.3,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Well, 10.3. Do you want a motion, Danny?
I'd like to approve the consent agenda, but if we could pull agenda item 10.3.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 601. And now to our deferred, and we'll talk about 10.3. Question?
I see Kristen Schaus. Could you elaborate about this donation that Watsonville High received?
Sure. So the donation came into Wildcat territory. Essentially, the Cadillac Buick has been in support of our athletic programs for quite some time. So that money is being delivered to the site in the amount of $10,000. It has not been dog-eared for anything specific. That will be a site and booster, et cetera, decision as to how that $10,000 is spent.
Thank you very much for that report. Thank you, Watsonville Cadillac Buick GMC. And if anybody out there wants to match that donation, we would happily accept it. So thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so I think we need to vote on it, the acceptance. You want to make a motion, Danny?
Motion to support agenda item 10.3. Thank you very much.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Great. Motion carries 601. Thank you. Next, we're going to have the readout of closed session.
So under item 2.1, public employee complaint, the board voted with a 403 vote to reject the appeal identified in closed session item 2.1. Under item 2.2, the board approved with a 403 vote the district recommendation for a full expulsion for a full calendar year starting the first day of suspension for student number 21-22-018. Under that same item, the board approved with a 403 vote the full expulsion, the district administration for a full expulsion for the remainder of the 21-22 school year and the first semester of the 22-23 school year for student number 21-22-019. And under item 2.3, I move to approve the certificated personnel report as presented by the district administration on May 11, 2022, with 70 and 11 additional action items.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Under item 2.4, I move to approve the classified personnel report as presented by the district administration on May 11, 2022, with 12 and 9 additional action items.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And then lastly, under item 2.5, the board approved resolution number 212244 with a 403 vote. That's all we have.
Okay, thank you. Our next upcoming board meeting is on May 25th, 2022. And with that, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. Yay, I know, right?
I told them midnight, so.